What's going on now? How many of my metalheads out there recognize what song that is? It's done in a different style, but it's still um, Dennis Piana, I think, is the guy's name. He has a YouTube channel where he does covers. He does like metal and the style of blues, and he's pretty damn cool. Yeah, yep, you got it. Metallica, Seek and Destroy. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to do this. I'm supposed to meet my son here, but he's running very late, so I will go live unless I get bored. I'll go live until he shows up or whatever happens. But somebody wants to come up with bullshit and fill me in because the last thing I saw on YouTube was um, Ed casting doubt on Pro Cop Haters GoFundMe, which you're wrong on this one, Ed. I've seen other videos that Pro Cop Haters sent me, and it's legit. Ed, if you're listening, man, I told you about a year ago you needed to take a break, and I think you need to take a break, dude. So anyway, what's going on in Clown Force? Yeah, you can fill me in anytime. What's up, Ghost Malone? Are you still trying to convince, dude? I've seen your hands. You are not a woman, unless you're a woman with man hands. I don't know. You can give me a hand job and we'll figure it out. Then I'll be able to say definitely which one you are or aren't. What's going on, Dean? What's up, Section 15? Clown Force, Melinda. Hey, what's going on, Jordan? I hope you're enjoying my latest round of dick pics. What's up, kid nurse? Same to you. I hope you're enjoying my last dick pics. What's going on, Gonzi? We no, there's no app. I will punch your card, and if you get 10 punch holes, you get a free surprise. What's going on, Anthony? What's up, Bryden? Look, I hope I'm not missing anybody. There were, as far as I understand, there were 3 different dogs shot. Um, and he has one of them. Like, he sent me a video of him, like, showing the BBs through the dog's skin and stuff. So, what's going on, OB? Yeah, you're right. Hey, you got a working, I'll say a working person's hands. We'll say it that way. What's up, Sir Luco? Glad to see you. Well, if that is indeed your pick, and I have missed the opportunity to simp all over you, I do apologize. But I do simp on people in chats based solely on their pick, whether it's them or not. And yeah, hit me up sometime. If I am wrong, I will apologize and eat my words. But I'm just saying that I've seen your hands, and I'm not going to tell people how I saw your hands, but I'm just saying I've seen them. All right, Ghost Malone. Like I really haven't stalked your Instagram account. I just remember seeing posts of yours with your hands, and looks like you do put in some work, regardless. And I totally respect that. Yeah, come on, Ghost. Don't be shy. So anyway, the last thing I saw, um, I was hanging out with somebody over the weekend, so I wasn't paying attention to YouTube. The very last thing I saw was Ed's stream about uh, the dog. But I've heard there were a couple of shit shows in between then and now. But I was not privy to them at the time. All I had was little bits and pieces of what I'm told happened. Was there anything new that came out? I know people. Hey, what's up, White Claw? I know people were. There is a very much a herd mentality in this community, and I hate talking about two sides. I hate that there is two sides. There shouldn't be, but there is. So it is what it is, and it works both ways. People will hear somebody say something on a panel that may or may not be true, and they want to jump on the bandwagon and go after somebody. You absolutely should ask questions. You should absolutely think for yourself. And just because somebody says something on a panel doesn't mean that it's true. I mean, regardless of whatever side you're on. And that's a big problem around here. And it's happened to me a lot. Um, People will take a joke I made, it's an obvious joke, run with it, say, oh, Bill said this on a panel. And then, I mean, most people that have an actual brain know it's bullshit, but just because somebody says something on a panel does not make it true. No, I heard Ryan made an ass out of himself again. But again, I did not see it myself. Yeah, you're right, Canadian royalty. I agree with that. Pro Cop did not deserve that. And I was talking to Pro Cop like as it happened, and like it fucking like when I saw the notification, um, they said we need Pro Cop's expertise. I didn't know that it was going to be a bad thing, so I actually sent that to Pro Cop Hater because I didn't know. I've not talked to Ed. I really don't talk to Ed very much at all anymore. It's not that I'm like not wanting to or something. You know what I mean? We just don't anymore. Um, so I sent that to Pro Cop Hater thinking it was probably going to be a good thing. He said the title said it needed his expertise, but nope. Um, so yeah, I was talking to Pro Cop Hater as it was happening, and I felt horrible for the guy. I really did. I still do. What? Moose's catch jumped in the river and was never. Holy shit! I didn't see that. Damn. What's going on, Lala? See, that's the thing. And I don't know. I've not talked to Pro Cop Hater about the numbers, but I mean, it drew attention to it, and a lot of people that never heard of it know about it now, and I hope that they're finding out that it's legit. Actually, if somebody wants to post this GoFundMe right now, please do it. Yeah, I don't allow Ryan up here for a few different reasons. Part of it's because he has obvious mental issues, and people like to exploit that for views. So that I mean, that's just part of the reason I don't let him up here. Well, how long between when Musa ended the stream and when the guy jumped in? How much time went by? It's still that water's still. I mean, they're on the East Coast. That water is still fucking cold. You go into hypothermia very quickly, very quickly. Yes, you can also donate to Clown Force just for the hell of it. All this negativity made Mikey lose on Friday. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I mean, on the one hand, if the guy's a pred, like it's hard for me to feel sorry. When something bad happens to a pred, I mean, I don't give a fuck. But this will be another thing that YouTube will use against us, you know? Yeah, yo, Clown Force's balloons are among the best I've seen, so I think he deserves some donos for that. Yeah, I mean, the guy might be hiding somewhere, but dude, like I've had tons of survival training and experience, and I'm telling you, it don't have to be even all that cold for water to send you into hypothermia very quickly. And sometimes, what happens, like I've had to train how to, like if you fall through ice, try to handle that. You're probably going to die, but um, when that cold water hits people, it causes an automatic reaction where they inhale, and they inhale as they're going underwater. So they immediately inhale a bunch of water, cold water. And unless there's somebody there that can get you out immediately, you're done, you know. You don't, LB, you can drown in 6 inches of water. Like if you're in the water face down, it don't have to be that deep to drown. And like even if he made it out of the water somewhere, if he's hiding and not getting help, he'll still go into hypothermia. You got to get the wet clothes off, and you got to find a way to warm yourself. Um, and I tell you something, this is no shit. When somebody goes into hypothermia and you're out in the field, the thing is for um, if you're with somebody that can rescue you, um, And this is not a dirty thing. You're supposed to both get naked and get in a sleeping bag because the other person's body heat will warm the victim up, and hopefully save their life. So yeah, if you're in that kind of situation, like not being a perv, but you need to strip off both of your clothes and get under a blanket or, whatever, get a fire going. Most people, like I can make a fire just pretty much out of my fingertips, but most people can't do it. What's up for you? Oh, we're just talking about getting naked, and I know I'm behind on the chat again. Baby bunny sitting. Oh, I've had to do that after my ex and I broke up, because I wouldn't let him have pets in the house. So after she moved out, they got a baby bunny, and then they all wanted to go visit her family in Kentucky, and I got stuck babysitting a baby bunny. And I'm not gonna lie, it kind of grew on me a little bit. I still would have had it for dinner, but you know, what's up, Warbot? Yeah, yes, Ghost. Everything starts shutting down when you go into hypothermia. Like your mind, I've been hypothermic a few times, and your mind um, just goes to fucked up places. That's the worst part. You can't make good decisions. State of Florida looking at Musa tactics. Well, hopefully they want to use the tactics. Fuck, guys, I'm sorry I'm way behind on the chat. Every once in a while, um, I come across baby bunnies, but I tend to not. There's, oh man, I'm gonna look like a softie here, but there's been a couple of times where I found baby bunnies where their mother had been taken out, usually because I shot her, and I'll take care of them for a couple of weeks until they get big enough to get out on their own. Then I just let them go. I used to do a lot of rabbit hunting. Little fucker caught a baby mole a couple of days ago. He wound up letting another cat eat it. I mean, is that not a level of trust or what? My ex, right after she moved out, bought a baby bunny and then needed a babysitter. And she asked me, knowing full well that I eat the damn things. But she still trusted me enough to know that she'd get it back unharmed. No, Freya, I didn't hear it make any noises. It was still like when I saw that they had it, it was still kind of buried or barely alive. But I didn't hear it make any noises. Well, Bryden, They got it back alive. That's all that counts. There might have been a leg or two that needed a little adjusting, but that's it. The thing about keeping baby bunnies alive is, like people just give them milk straight out of the refrigerator, and one, you want to warm it up a little bit, just make sure it's not too hot, and two, like cow's milk is not good for them. It'll actually make them sick and cause them to die. I'm told that what you want to do is get powdered soy baby formula and like mix it kind of thick. I've never actually done it that way, but that's what I'm told to do with baby bunnies. Yeah, that's the thing about like woodland creatures like squirrels sometimes and raccoons especially. Um, any of that type of animal, like they can be really cool and really friendly, and you think that they like you, but when they start getting to where, I mean, they're all social animals. When they start getting to where, like when they're juveniles and they go through puberty or whatever, um, they'll attack you all of a sudden or tear the shit out of things because they need other ones like them to hang out with, and they're horny. Um, Especially like monkeys. Oh man, I mean, just imagine a hormonal teenager, and you tell a hormonal teenager to go to his room and stay there. Except the difference is these animals are not in their natural habitat, and they have nothing that is like them that they can fuck. So they get frustrated, and they will go nuts on you sometimes. All right, so nothing new. I just heard that like there were a couple of shit show panels, but I didn't see either one of them. Did anything new come out? And I'll tell you something else. Anything that uh, Ed is accused of, or anything else that Ed did wrong, that does not change all the shit that Tommy did wrong. It doesn't change a damn thing. See a lot of two-faced motherfuckers out there, and part of it is the herd mentality, which that will subside here, in a couple of weeks, but because it always does. But just, I mean, don't forget. And by all means, people should ask questions. The problem is people go on panels and they say shit that's not true. And people hear that and they instantly believe it and run with it without doing their own research. Yeah, LB, they're two separate situations. And believe me, if I thought Ed was into something like that, I will be the first motherfucker to come out and say something. But I've seen nothing to suggest that he's guilty of anything but a drug charge. I know people are trying to reword and misinterpret things, and there are a lot of people that think they're experts on the law that don't know jack shit. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not going back and watching fucking 8 hour long panels. I don't watch 8 hour long panels when they're live. I really don't watch panels very much anymore. Um, I just got I there's a lot of reasons for that. Part of it just like I just got bored, and part of it is like, man, I just don't understand people, how people see. And I like, if you're disabled or something and really can't do shit, I get it then, but um I don't understand how people can watch every single fucking panel, man. I just it blows my mind. Yeah, Freya. Part of that's intentional, and part of that is like there are a lot of regular panel people that I just don't let up here. So it's harder for me to make a panel because of that. Oh, and by the way, I don't know who banned FCC, but and like I knew that he was banned for a while. I just didn't care to go specifically unban him, but I had to go unban somebody, I think yesterday or the day before yesterday, I don't remember, but FCC is unbanned from the channel now. 8 hours of Jeff. Oh fuck no. Oh, Jeff had a panel too. All he does is recopy everything everybody else has already done, and like he's been caught lying so many times, nobody respects him. Oh yeah, there are definitely people that, I mean, it'd be real easy for me to do it if I wanted to. People don't give a fuck who gets hurt as long as they get the views, you know? Oh, he's live right now. Oh, well, fuck him anyway. I don't have notifications on for, yeah, Canadian. I know FCC talks shit about you. He's one of them that lies about me, but I don't necessarily want him banned from the channel. I mean, all these people that are up on panels all the time, they will say anything to get attention, whether it's true or not. I think it's weird to be on panels 24/7. Like I don't have notification. I turned off notifications for Jeff a long time ago, so I didn't know he was live. But it wouldn't matter. I show There are a lot of people that if they're live, I won't go live just out of respect. But I'm not gonna show him that respect, so he can get fucked anyway. No, no, there's no way Jeff's IQ is 165. There has to be a decimal point in there somewhere. If you put a decimal point somewhere in that 165, then maybe. But yeah, I know. I heard that anybody says anything negative about him gets banned, and I think that's bullshit too. You wish it were Saturday and not Sunday. Hmm. Well, there will be another Saturday in about a week or so. I'll have to look at the calendar, but I'm pretty sure there's a Saturday every week. Oh fuck the panel channel. I'm not even sub to the panel channel. I don't think they're another one that likes to try to paint narratives. They'll clip like part of something you say and not the rest of it, so they make it look like you said something you didn't really say. They're good about that. Yeah, right on, Lala. I mean, no, you have the right to not feel happy in whatever surrounding you're in, but you always got to look at it, from another angle, and you'll feel better. Well, I mean, the best thing you can do, like if there's a channel I don't like, I just don't don't look at it. I just don't sub to them. Just go and sub, and you know, don't pay attention to it. Then you won't get upset. No, Frey, I'll never be a mod there. I used to be, but like I'm completely blocked. Like he had a whole channel or a whole stream about me, but like I was blocked and he wouldn't let me on. So that by itself, in my opinion, makes him a fucking pussy. I mean, he's another one that I don't usually let on here either because a lot of people just don't want to listen to his bullshit. So bunch of clowns there on that panel. Well, yeah, I don't even know who's on his panel, but that's how it always is. He has to beg people and go find. And I'm not saying everybody that's on there or has been on there is a scumbag. That's not what I'm saying. But he'll find the scummiest people to go up there because he knows that shit will get started and he'll get views out of it. I know how to play that game too. I just don't usually play it. They have their picks on a panel of clowns. Well, I mean, if the shoe fits. What's funny is I've talked to a few people over the weekend about Cap, and I don't know if they've all talked to each other already, but like and I said it too. I called him a sniveling weasel a few times because I always thought he was, but um, like every single person that talked to me said something about like that weasel. It's funny. I guess he has that look about him. Yeah, Lala. A lot of people said they like to listen to us while they're at work or trying to sleep or whatever. I've had girls tell me that my voice is very soothing and they like to fall asleep to it, which I don't know if that's a compliment. I mean, they mean it as a compliment, but does it mean that I'm that fucking boring I can put you to sleep? I don't know. But I've had girls in real life ask me to read them books while they're going to sleep, so I don't know. I'm happy to accommodate. Yes, meth clause. App seems to be Tommy liver now. Apparently, everything they'd ever said about Tommy in the past. Um, apparently, he's retracted all of it and whatever. All this shit going on is separate from like regardless of what kind of trouble Ed's in. It doesn't change anything that Tommy's done. We already. It doesn't change the fact that he's a grifter. You know. What's going on, Negative Zero? So, whatever's going on with Ed, does it change anything that Tommy is or has done? Oh, yeah, Jeff and his 300 pieces of evidence that he didn't show jack shit for. That's another thing he lies about all the time. Oh, I got all this evidence, but whatever. I mean, I'm not technologically savvy either, and I do have problems. I don't even have the ability to screen share because all I have is a phone, unless I point this phone at another phone. Um, but yeah, I don't say I'm going to show you guys all this shit and then not have it. Now, there's been a lot of things where, in the past, certain things that I've shown a lot of people privately, or a few people privately, because it doesn't need to be out there in public. I don't need the attention that goddamn bad. You have evidence of being a sexy beast. Well, Negative Zero, you better fucking prove it. You better prove it right now. Yeah, that was something else I saw a clip of where Tommy admitted to filming CP. And the thing is like that one video where it shows him doing it. Look at the smile on his face. If most of us were, even if you were collecting it for evidence, I mean, for one thing, just being a catcher does not give you a free pass to possess child porn. And showing it off to people is nobody wants to see that. And that look on his face when he's like, show it to me. That wasn't a look of I'm about to get this guy. That was a look of fucking. That was a giddy look. The kind of look a cat has on its face when it's about to eat a mouse. So after denying it so much, I guess he finally admitted to it. Again, I didn't see the whole panel. I just saw a clip, but it's pretty damning. The floor is dirty. All the better, man. Yeah, I heard that Jeff thinks he's psychic now. Yeah, I didn't see Locke's panel. The last thing I saw was Ed's panel about the dog. So I didn't see meth. I didn't see meth panel. God, I didn't see Locke's panel. I didn't see Cap's panel. But I've heard it sounds like there's very much the cult mentality going on, and like it doesn't change a damn thing. Fabio was the highlight. I don't know who Fabio is. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know who Fabio is. Thinking about reneging yourself NZ Cap. Nah, I like Negative Zero. Although I don't know, NZ Cap spelled it looks kind of cool too. I don't know. Do what you want. Yeah, like I said, it whatever I mean, even, and I don't believe he is at all. But let's say for a second that Ed was involved in something like that. It doesn't change a damn thing about Tommy. He's a man with special needs. He doesn't or can't speak. He just enjoys life. Oh well, I mean that's cool. I mean, as long as he's not being exploited, you know what I mean. But yeah. He's autistic, nonverbal in a nursing home. Oh, so he's just like looking for something to do. I mean, that's cool. As long as nobody's mistreating him, you know. I know how the chat can be towards people with special needs. Oh well, if the sea monkeys back him, then I back him. No questions asked. He gets anxious from the yelling. Yeah, Locke's panel's probably not the best place for him then. Man, I haven't seen Tony in a while. I need to DM him and see if he's okay because I haven't seen Tony go live in a while. I just realized that the couple of times that he came up on my panel, um, he has a rough time because he's hard to understand. But he's a cool guy. If you DM with him, you know he's pretty cool. Donate him a pet sea monkey. Well, I mean he's got to pass the background check first, and I'd be happy to do it. Do you think it's possible it has caused so many Preds? He got Stockholm? No, no, and that's not a serious question, you dumb fuck. No. Yeah, I just realized that. Lala, he hasn't been live in a while. I'm gonna after we get off of here, I gotta try to remember to DM him and make sure he's okay. I do worry about the guy. Hey Tony, if you're listening, man, let us know if you're okay, dude. If guys, I have a fuck. I need to ask her if it's okay. Shit, I didn't think to ask her if it was okay to say who it is, but um, somebody in the community, if you guys pray or just send positive thought, whatever the hell, whatever you do, um, there's somebody known in the community that's having a very rough time right now. She just needs some prayers. I'm gonna have to ask her if it's okay if I say who it is, but just kind of, if you're the praying type, just keep that in mind, please. She's done a lot of good things for a lot of people, including me. Um, so yeah, if you pray or whatever, just say whoever the hell, say, dear God, Whoever the hell Bill was talking about, please watch over that person. God don't know what you mean. Yeah, Lala, I'll let you know. Yeah, anytime you let somebody up that you don't know, or even if you do know them, you take a chance and get helicoptered. I don't even know how many streams. I went the longest time, and then I ran my mouth. I said, "Hey, I haven't been helicoptered yet. I guess I'm not that important." And then like three panels in a row, I got helicoptered. So I've had to delete like some of my most fucking. There's some kind of curse, with the exception of the SAM panel. Every time I fucking break like 220 viewers, every fucking time something happens and I got to take that panel down. Or 220 simultaneous viewers, I mean. Every fucking time, like it's some kind of curse. And then I had to deal with Sam that if he asked me to take it down, I would, but he didn't ask me to. But all the other ones that broke like 220, like they'd either get helicoptered or like somebody would say something on there and be like, "Hey, I shouldn't have said that. Can you edit it out?" But I don't edit shit. It's either there or it's not. So once you go Black Hawk, you never go back. Hey, yeah, tell you, I have a lot of Black Hawk gear. They do make good stuff. Oh, well, Freya, if you gave a nurse an evil eye, like a lot of nursing homes are terrible. They treat people terribly. And if somebody's nonverbal and can't talk about it, like that happens a lot. I'm not saying that's what's going on here, but there might be a problem. Little fucker's doing pretty good. I was just talking to him right before this. And the new little kittens are fucking trying to follow me around. Not all of them, just a couple of them, but every freaking litter, there's always one or two that wants to follow me, which is how I got little fucker. But yeah, they're my ex was she eventually worked her way up to like second or third in command of the whole damn company, but um, she worked for a place called CDC, and they had some patients in there. Mostly they had people that were they had their own apartments and stuff, but they had to have 24-hour care, and she had a couple of really psychotic ones. This one dude, he was like in his 70s, and every time they took him out in public, he would just drop his pants and start beating off. Like he started jerking off at the bank and kinds of shit like that. But then there was another one. He hurt several people. He should have been in some kind of facility designed to handle that. And one day, they went to a nursing home for an event of some kind, and he went ballistic in there and beat the shit out of a bunch of patients. And then cops came and he beat the shit out of some cops, and he should have been someplace equipped to handle somebody like that. But I wound up um, helping her, like with Special Olympics and stuff. I wound up, helping a lot of these people. Or like if sometimes they would get people that had been like pretty much held captive for their social security checks, and then they would get freed of that situation. So they would come to them, and they would be set up with an apartment, but they would have nothing. So my ex and I would like go to like thrift stores and buy them furniture and shit, and set up their apartments for them. But yeah, there's a lot of terribly mistreated people out there. Yeah, he definitely wanted to leave a deposit, Telly. What's up, Cat Reed? Now, Cat Reed is a woman after my own heart. If I was a woman, I'd show my titties too. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, Freya. I've seen that happen too with two patients that don't like each other, and you try to keep them separated. But oh God, Cat, this is not Ed. That's a pretty common mistake though, because people say we sound alike. It happens a lot, so it's an honest mistake. But I'm not Ed. Hey, right on, Cat. If you got it, flaunt it, right? That's all right, Cat. I can't keep my shit straight either. But it happens a lot. Like Ed's been blamed for shit that I said, and I've been blamed for shit that Ed said because people say we sound alike. You can come on up here and bullshit with me if you want to, Cat. I got nothing going on. I'm just kind of waiting around for my son to show up. I think it's going to be a while though. You got me and Ray mixed up, huh? Well, I mean, you watch so many. I mean, we all have our own channels, and you watch so much of it. It does become mind numbing. So it's not that hard of a mistake to make. Yeah, something that most people don't know. I haven't talked about it a lot. Is that Ed and I were actually Siamese twins, and we shared a ball sack. So the doctors did a surgery to separate us, but I'm not going to tell you which one of us got to keep the balls. Yeah, Cat. No need to apologize. Let Ray do it.
Stop.
Hey, what's going on? I don't believe I've had the pleasure of having you on my panels. Glad to see you though.
Have I not been on? Oh, well, today here I am.
Say
No,
that again.
I get all the names all mixed up all the time, and I apologize, but YouTube's
Uh,
not my first crutch in
it,
life, so I don't try to keep up.
yeah, it's fine. It's a very common mistake, so not a problem.
No, and who was it that told me a clown said don't be sorry, or somebody said don't, or Telly? I wasn't apologize. I said I'm not sorry. I said at least I didn't sell my shit and then cry about it.
Right.
I'm not sorry,
Yeah.
and anybody who wants to see my titties absolutely can. If I didn't own a teenager, I'd fucking be naked all the time. So y'all better be glad I have a damn kid here.
Oh man, I like you already. In case you didn't know, one of the rules to being on my panels is that you have to be naked. That's been a standing rule since my very first panel.
Yeah, I'm all about being naked. I'm not ashamed of what I got. I'm totally, absolutely comfortable. I mean, that's what it's about.
Well, hell yeah. We all need to like rent a hot tub one of these days and all of us hook up. Just me and you and like a bunch of other girls, no other guys.
I this is a funny story about a hot tub. My big boss's nephew at work is on my softball team, and I went over there the other night after the game, and he's got a badass backyard with a hot tub and stuff. I'm like, all right, tell me what it's going to cost me for me to have weekend access to the hot tub. You don't even have to be here. We don't have to go in the house, nothing. Just as long as I can get access to the hot tub. So I think I've worked out a deal. My son's going to go to work for him, and I get access to the hot tub. I was like, that sounds like a hell of a deal.
Hell yeah, I like it.
And it's a backyard where I can be naked in the hot tub because I totally was.
I was actually like I've had a few ladies' nights, and I actually didn't want to do that again. But like I was trying to put together a ladies of the community wet T-shirt contest, and
Okay, and
I had some interest, but
I got a screenshot earlier from somebody saying something about how come everybody's fine with me showing my tits, but something about it's wrong for chuckles or whatever. Let me just say, exactly like I said, I'm not sorry about it. And if anybody has any questions or wants to talk to me about it or even be mad about it, I don't give a fuck either. So,
right.
But if you want to throw my name around there, come talk to me because I really don't care.
Oh, dude, people are such fucking pussies and offended over everything. They just look for reasons, you know. Like
Yeah,
I get
and
a
it
lot of
wasn't even
shit.
my full boobs. I mean, come on. They're gonna bitch about me
I
showing my underboob, and their fucking search history on Google is way worse than what I did. You know.
Oh yeah, yeah. The same people that like Family Guy, will trash us for doing shit like that. You know,
And
I get a lot of
again,
hate for making sexual jokes in a community of victims. But
yes, I
you know
am
what?
a
Most of the
catcher,
people
and yes,
that
I do decoy work. But panel community and catching community, yes, we may all be the same people, but they are not the same thing. The panels are completely
exactly,
different than the catching community, which is
exactly,
also a reason why there's not panels on my page because that is strictly catching stuff.
and that's probably the best way to do it. That's what I've told Ray and a few other people. Just if you're gonna host panels, do it on a separate fucking channel
Yeah,
because
if I was gonna do panels, I would do it on this account, on the Cat Read account. And if I'm gonna do catching stuff, it's gonna be on Catch a Creep. And that's just how it is. Oh yeah, she's always trying to play the victim, and I've been screaming that from day one, and that's what that is. And I don't fucking give into it. I just flat out
right.
don't fucking like her and don't care what anybody has to say about it. It
Oh
actually
yeah,
baffles me that more people don't have her freaking blocked. That's just the easiest way to quit letting her in your happy space.
I do. She's banned from my channel. I don't let her on panels, and if I see her in the chat, I ban her.
Yeah,
I just
if I'm on anything and she comes up, I just leave because you know what? She doesn't get to control my happy space.
right. Well, you don't
Just
have to
like
worry about
about
that here
90%
because
of these people need to learn how to do whenever they don't like what they're listening to, you have all the power to touch it and change it. It
right,
just fucking blows me away. People want to talk shit and start shit and stir shit and yeah, go outside and lay in the grass and don't take your phone with you. You know?
right, exactly. That blows my mind too. I really don't watch very many panels anymore, and it baffles my mind. People that like if you're disabled or something and can't do anything, I get it, but um, people that are able to see and be on every single fucking panel, man, I don't get it.
I mean, what
it
you gotta fucking have time to do other things in your life. I mean, there's some weekends where I don't even freaking look at YouTube. And the
right,
only reason that I picked it up right now, I mean, I was on Raise this morning for a little bit, but I'm in the middle of cleaning my house and I sat down to take a break right as I got the notification. I was like, fuck it, I'll jump up there for a sec. But yeah,
right on.
I mean, I hope y'all are all having an amazing Sunday. Make somebody smile today. Doesn't matter if you know them or a stranger or something. Compliment somebody. Be nice to somebody today.
Oh, fuck that. I'm going to be mean to everybody I see. I'm kidding. I don't.
Well, I made Ray smile today, so I did my job. And I
Good.
got him to walk an extra lap with his weight vest on. So
Yeah, I've been trying to get him to do that naked, and he's just, maybe you can talk him into it. You got that feminine way, so.
we've drawn the
Um,
line where I'm not allowed to talk nakedness with Ray.
oh, yeah, I don't want to get him in trouble. Yeah, never mind.
He's married, and I totally respect that. And I got that point across real quick in the beginning. In fact, before I said anything perverted, I asked him if he was married, and out of respect, I don't go perverted with him or Matt. Just out of respect, because I do like their wives
Yeah,
too.
yeah, I tend to be the same way. You can be as perverted to me as you want. Just saying.
I was just trying to figure out who was day drinking with me today, so I am feeling kind of fiery today.
Well, I'm drinking coffee. I don't happen to have any alcohol with me, but fuck
I
it, I
had
can
the
pretend to
coffee
be drunk.
shakes a minute ago and had to eat because I was coffee shaking. I had 2 32-ounce coffees, and that was enough.
Hmm.
So
What
yeah.
kind of coffee do you like?
I drink just coffee with creamer, with chocolate caramel creamer. I'm a fan of the Givalde, however you say it. It's in the yellow
Hmm.
package, and Jordan, anytime, sugar, anytime. I'm smoking right now too, so yeah, let's get it.
Right on. I I like I'll drink pretty much any coffee, but like at my core,
I
I'm
think
kind
I
of
got
a like
Folgers right now,
I
though.
just want what's that?
I think I got Folgers right now because it was on sale the other day.
Yeah, I
It
think
was
that's
like
what I have too.
$8 for a big ass thing of it. The one that's usually like $15 or $18. It was like $8 at Walmart the other day, so I grabbed one.
I like the what's it called, Black Velvet from Folgers. I think that's what it's called, something like that.
Black Silk or whatever it is. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
that's
that
what
might
I
be
had.
it. Yeah.
Alexa, stop. Nobody was talking to you, bitch. Alexa, stop. She said, I need some music in my life.
Alexa, what's the biggest dildo you can find?
She's in the bathroom, so she can't hear you.
Oh, right on.
Uh, no, she
Alexa,
goes off pretty regularly.
show its cat sex toy history. I'm sorry, what?
I used to sell sex toys when I was younger. So in my time, I've had a lot of them. Right now, I only have two or three. I don't know. I have to look over there in the drawer.
I think I love you.
Everybody does.
Yeah, I actually got kicked out of. I'm banned from a lot of places, but I'm banned from a Starbucks. I can still go into the Barnes and Noble. I just can't step off of the carpet onto the Starbucks side
Yeah.
because some motherfucker put some gay shit in my coffee. I just order a black coffee. I don't want no gay shit in it, and then I'll put some sugar in it, But um,
I just
yeah,
use the
this little
chocolate
motherfucker.
caramel creamer, and it's sweet enough. So, and I drink iced
Hmm.
coffee. So, I mean,
Oh, I can't stand cold
everything I
coffee.
have, Telly, is rechargeable. I have stepped my game up from having to replace batteries and sex toys. Everything has to be rechargeable.
All right. Oh yeah, I've had to do that back in the day.
Still trying to figure out why we ain't got one that plugs into the fucking wall that doesn't lose power.
Well, I mean, don't take this the wrong way, but you seem like the type that might have like a kickstart toy of some kind.
I mean, don't think that I hadn't thought about it or talked about it before.
Oh yeah, dude, all you need is a sawzall and a dildo. Well, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't tell that story, but anyway.
I don't really want anything that's gonna hurt me either. And I mean, I'm skilled with power tools, and so that's like these dumbasses trying to eat corn on the cob off of a fucking drill. I mean, if you're stupid enough to go there, more fucking power to you. This is why we have warning labels.
Yeah, it's hard to feel sorry for people.
I want to interview some of these dumb fucks that used to eat Tide Pods. I want to do a Where Are You Now? And what other dumb fucking shit have you done in your life? It's really
They're
what,
probably in a nursing home. Yeah, they're probably in a nursing home being looked after.
man.
Hey, what's up, Andrea D? What's up, Julie?
That's what we were
Sorry if I
talking the
missed
other night,
anybody.
and no, you're good. We were talking the other night, and that's what I said. I feel sorry for like my great grandkids because it's going to be these fucking idiots that are running the country by then.
Oh, I know. It's terrifying.
It is.
You know, a lot of these, like I think you're probably closer to my age group, but
I'm 43.
people that, okay, well, I'm 50, so we know what life was like before
Yeah,
everybody had a cell
I
phone and
grew.
had their face
I grew
buried
up.
in.
Yeah, I grew up in the '90s. I was '90s grunge. I was around for the beeper and payphone days.
Right on. Yep. I never had a beeper, and I put off getting a cell phone as long as I could. I didn't get a cell phone until 2004, and the only reason I got it was because I had a job where I had to have one.
Yeah,
So I avoided that kind of thing for as long as I could. And yeah, life was a lot different now. I mean, everybody can be a tough guy behind a keyboard, whereas if you acted like
yeah.
this in real life, somebody punch you in the mouth.
Somebody
You know.
punched you in the big sucker. Yeah, quick.
Hmm.
Because just like Nunya says, yeah, I'll talk a bunch of shit, but show your face because my hands will back it. I'm not scared to throw down, you
Hmm.
know.
Oh yeah,
And don't
I
start fucking
guarantee
thinking
you.
about our house because we are armed and dangerous. But yeah, everybody's a tough guy online.
Hmm.
I put
Yeah.
myself through massage school being a carpenter, -0.
Oh, that's awesome. I like a woman that knows her way around a power tool. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, most shit I can fix myself.
Nice. I
But
like it.
I also have a 17-year-old, so anything that I can teach him to fix, I absolutely am making him do it.
Oh yeah. I made
Yeah,
sure that my
exactly.
kids knew how
Like
to.
we played hide and go seek in the neighborhood at dark, and yeah, we were safe. It was fun. What were you saying? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, actually, I started looking at Andrea's picture, and my mind went completely away from her for a second, so I forgot what I was saying. Um, oh yeah,
Squirrel.
I made sure that I made sure that all of my kids knew how to change tires and all that kind of thing. I mean, my daughter too, because
Oh yeah.
I
Well, I have three
I like to
brothers that
make.
are mechanics too, so like changing the starter in the truck, doing things like that, they always made me do it. I mean, they'll supervise if I need them, but a lot of those things are way easier than what people really think they are.
Hmm. Yeah. Um, that's part of the problem is too many parents let a cell phone or a video game be the babysitter for the kids instead of interacting. Like I would not let my kids have any. Um, I bought them their first Xbox when my youngest was like I don't know 10 or 12. Um, because I don't want the TV to be my kid's babysitter. You know.
Yeah, my kid was
So
a sports nut till he hit high school, and yeah, he's a video gamer now. But he hung out with all of his buddies and stuff. But like he's on my softball team, and he's still active and does things and goes out in public and knows how to speak to people. And
yeah, that's the thing. People just they become that they become like robots, and if they have a real life problem, they'll go online and take it out on people because they don't know how to solve issues in real life. It's just weird to me.
yeah, it is. It totally is.
No, Andrea, I don't think you've ever told me what you do for work. I hope that you're not a transsexual prostitute, because otherwise, if you are, I mean, I'll still love you, but I'll be very disappointed. And that's the thing is, I identify as a sea monkey. I don't know if you knew that.
I do know that, yeah.
Yeah.
If I
And damn it,
identify as a teenager, does that mean that I'm too young to have a job and that somebody else has to pay my bills?
these days you don't even have to use that as an excuse to not do anything. You can just not do anything, and
But
nobody gives a shit.
how do we get food then? Who does that?
Either you will live in your mom and dad's basement, or the government will provide it for you.
But my mom lives at my grandma's, so that's not really an
Well, I mean, not every situation's going to
option.
be
Nice
perfect.
try, but nope, not here. uh,
Oh
no, this
shit.
whole giving all my money to somebody else every time I get paid is bullshit, and I'm really about tired of it. If I had a whole bunch of it, I wouldn't care about giving it away to other people, but it's when I don't have a whole bunch of it and something's got to give.
Right.
That's when I'm
Well,
fixing to bail out of here.
I used to make very good money, and when I did, I was um, pretty generous with it. You know, I like to help people out, but most of the time, I didn't want them to know where it came from because I didn't want people hounding on me.
Shut up, Mobile.
Um,
I
Holy
make
shit,
really
man!
good money usually too. I mean, like I said, I'm used to making like $45 an hour, and I chose to take this pay cut to try to learn this industry. And I feel like after 8 months of being with the company, that it's just they haven't provided me what I was promised in the beginning, which was proper training and more money after either 60 or 90 days. I've seen neither, and so fuck y'all. It's time for me to carry on because I can be making $40 an hour somewhere else that's way fucking better than Central asshole of America, Oklahoma. So yeah.
Right. Yeah, I was a PFA for 2 years, and I wasn't planning on doing it as a career. I just wanted to learn how shit worked, so I went. Their deal was that you had to pay for all your education up front, but if you passed all your tests and got all your state licenses, then they would reimburse you, which they did. So I wound up with a mortgage license, a life insurance, a license to sell life insurance, and just a bunch of other shit. And I did do it for 2 years as a second job, but it wasn't ever going to be a career. I just wanted to learn how shit worked. And the more I
Right.
learned about
And
how money works, the more I became against it. So,
And I mean, I stepped out of the office for a while I was in Denver because I was really tired of the office life. And so I got a job at a granite supply place and I had a roommate. And so I lived comfortably. And then I ended up taking this here just so that I could live with my daughter again, and then was offered this opportunity. And I'm sorry, after 8 months, I don't feel like I've learned what I should have in that period of time. And I haven't seen any more money. And after doing CAD work and being a designer for 20 years, I should be making well over what I'm making. So it's just time to
right.
buckle down and jump, you know?
Yeah. I mean, you always got to keep hustling and keep learning stuff, or you just get stagnant. And,
Yeah. And I like to go
um,
into different industries just knowing AutoCAD. I spent 6 years in Colorado. Yeah. I just moved last August from Colorado to here. Worst mistake I ever made of my life was leaving Denver. Yes. I love it there.
Denver's a nice city. I've visited there a few times.
Yeah.
Colorado Springs too is really awesome.
Yeah, I moved down an hour east of Colorado Springs to my friend's property and had a grow out there for a while before I moved here. And that was fun, in which he allowed me to get my surgery and stuff done and not have to pay bills and stuff. So it was cool. But yeah, I'm coming to visit Denver here soon,
I would visit
probably
Right
in the
Denver.
on.
next couple of months.
I just go to Denver for the weed. Shit.
Hey, I gotta address something here real quick.
What's up, Phil?
Andrea D works on cars. Holy shit. Andrea, I hope you're not catfishing me because I'm really starting to have feelings for you. If you go on my Instagram, there's I have pictures of one of my old Corvettes on there.
What up, Cat? By the way, Bill, how you doing?
I'm good. Just hanging out, getting stoned Sunday afternoon, windows open, cleaning house slowly but surely, thinking about running to the liquor store.
Hell yeah. Wait, on Sunday?
It's not a bad,
Yeah,
not a bad way to.
See, the liquor stores ain't
Your liquor
even open
stores
yet.
are,
I think they open at noon
yeah,
here on Sundays.
Yeah, you can't even get
yeah.
liquor on
It's
here.
Yeah, I'm from Texas, so I know about them being closed on Sunday.
I hate it. I mean, I don't drink, but still, I hate it because I mean, you get people on DoorDash that orders alcohol, and I'm like, I can't get it on Sundays. And then they want to fucking bitch at me. I'm like, I don't make the fucking laws. Like,
I
fuck
like
you.
my favorite part of being in Denver during the pandemic and after the pandemic or whatever. They made it where restaurants could sell drinks to go, and we used to walk all up and down Broadway, and we'd go downtown and ride the scooters around, and we would just go get a to go drink from a restaurant and wander around through town or whatever. It was super fun. I miss Denver a lot. I had a blast there.
Hold on, I'm not mad. Who said I was mad? Section. If I was mad, you would know it. Trust me.
yeah. Toe and his 8 buddies will kick your ass. Just kidding. Andrea, I that one was an '86. There's really nothing special about it. I've had better Corvettes than that one. I just can't find. Like I know I have photographs somewhere, but when I moved, I just packed shit up, and I have no idea where these photographs are. If I ever find them, I'll post them. Um, there's nothing
That's what
special
I did.
about the outside of the car, but the guy I got it from was I got it from a guy who needed bail money when I was a bail bondsman. Um, Now it's not legal to trade to write bail in Indiana. Like they have to give you the actual money. It's not legal to trade for shit. So I bought it separate from that, which meant I got a good deal on it. But I don't have pictures of the engine on there, but it was set up. I'm not far from US 41 drag strip, and I never raced that car on it. But the guy I got it from built it up so that it could race on US 41. And yeah, it was very fast. I've got pictures of I have had an 86 IROC Z28 T-top. Like it wasn't my nicest car, it wasn't my fastest car, but it's still one of my favorites. But I've got pictures of that on there too.
My favorite was my first one. It was the '84 Toyota Celica GTS, and it was badass. Had a sunroof and shit. I love that car. It would shit and get.
Nice. My very very first car didn't last very long because it was pretty well fucked over by the time I got it. It was just a 5-speed 4-cylinder. I think it was a '77 Plymouth Arrow, but that one didn't last very long. And then like the first car that I drove a lot was a uh, oh god, '78 Ford Granada with a straight six. You know, not a fast car, but that engine, man, I put it through hell and couldn't destroy it.
That's how my Toyota was, man. That thing sat in our backyard for like 5 years. The dude brought some oil and some gas and a new battery, and that son of a bitch started right up. I was like, holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
It sounded rough, but it started.
Yep. I mean, when I was young, I was fucking crazy. If I wanted to fuck with somebody, like we'd just be driving down a country road, and like without warning, I would just yank the wheel and drive into a standing cornfield, you know, where the stalks are like 8 foot
Yeah.
tall. And I would do that just to fuck with people, you know. And the car, I mean, I did want it cracking the windshield once, but fuck, you couldn't destroy that car. And then I ripped the exhaust out from under it, jumping. Around here we have a lot of really steep inclines for railroad tracks,
Yeah, we had a
Um,
dip we used to jump my dad's little truck over. It was fun.
oh yeah, dude, get airborne and like all the cassettes would kind of you'd be weightless for a second. All the cassettes would come up and just kind of hang in the air for a
Yeah.
second, and then you crash. Yeah, that's how I tore the exhaust out from under it.
Section. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. How you doing? And listen to this shit. I guess a 17-year-old kid brung a handgun into Kings Island, which is an amusement park here. He slid it through
He
the
brought
fence,
a
an automatic
holy
handgun
shit.
to an amusement park here locally.
How did they like? He did he shoot somebody or how did they catch him?
I guess he slid it through a gate, like a fence, and someone saw him doing it, and he went through security and the metal detectors and stuff, and then he went to pick it up, and someone saw him, told an off-duty police officer about it, and he started running, and after 20 to 30 feet of running, the suspect threw the bag on the ground. The officer picked it up while chasing him and discovered a handgun by the way in outline of the object, and now he's in jail. They found 11 rounds in the magazine,
Oh wow.
including one in the chamber. So it's a 12 round. Uh, the weapon was reported stolen out of the Cincinnati Police Department.
Stolen from the police department. It's good to know that the cops are keeping such good track of their guns.
Yeah, it says when cross-referenced with databases, the officer found that the weapon was reported stolen out of Cincinnati police. It was later confirmed that the gun was stolen. The incident report said.
No, they're just saying that it's reported to Cincinnati Police Department, stolen from there. It's not
Yeah,
saying that
Oh,
it was a cop
okay.
gun.
yeah.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Jesus
When I
Christ.
was when I was younger, I had a friend like I think he's in prison right now, but he's spent all of his adult life in prison. Every time he gets out, like within a month, he's back in. But when we were kids, like there was one time we went through a Burger King drive-through, and he was riding with me. Um, he said don't leave, and then he just jumps out of the car. I'm like, what the fuck? He went over to a fucking police car, and it was locked, but he was trying to get into it. And then a few weeks after that, I'd never been in this guy's house before, but I went to hang out with him again. I quit hanging out with him after this shit, but um, one of the things he went to jail for was quote unquote accidentally blowing a kid's head off with a shotgun. But all he got out of that was military school because he was like 15 when it happened. But that's besides the point. Anyway, I went into his room, and there were several like full firefighter uniforms and like cop an 870 that he'd stolen out of a cop car. So this guy's thing was stealing shit out of fire trucks and cop cars, man. That's when I stopped hanging out with him.
Wow.
Yeah, that'll get you in some trouble you can't get out of.
I guess the 17
Yeah,
year old was
that's
charged. I guess the 17 was charged with having a weapon under disability, receiving stolen property, obstruction of official business, and criminal trespassing. Which that guy that you were talking about probably got too. The,
yeah, it's just insane. People do.
I mean, stealing police uniforms and firefighter gear. Come on now, fuck you. That's not cool at all.
No, I mean, when you're a teenager, that shit's kind of funny, you know. But then when you think about it, like, what if there was a fire and somebody's trapped or whatever, and they have no gear to go save them, you know?
Yeah, yeah, most
And
definitely.
that's the thing. And like with the drive-through thing, I had no idea he was going to do that. Had he been able to get something and jump back in my car, I would have been fucked too. So I didn't hang out with him very much longer after
Have you
I
tried to
found out all
rob
that shit.
somebody on the drive-through?
No, we were at a drive-through at a Burger King, and he's my passenger, and he just out of the blue he just says, "Don't leave, wait for me" or something, and he jumps out of the car, goes to a police car, tried to open the door. Luckily, it was
Oh,
locked, but he was going to steal shit out of it and bring it back into my car, and I had no clue he
oh.
was going to do that. So had we been caught, I would have been fucked.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd have whooped his ass right there. That shit ain't cool. Don't do dumb shit like that with me.
you'd be seen as the getaway driver.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I had no idea it was going to happen.
Fuck that.
Like I used to get pissed at people. Like when you're young, you've got friends that go to gas stations. They steal shit.
Packing.
Um, yeah,
Yeah.
and fuck, I used to hate that. I used to I wouldn't rat them out, but man, I would tell them don't fucking do that shit when you're with me.
I heard the same as a kid, and in a way, it's a true statement. But I was always told when I was younger, I was dumb, young, and full of cum, and you do stupid shit when you're that young. But doing stealing shit, nah, fuck that. That
Yeah, you only get one chance with me if you're a thief. I can't stand a thief.
Yeah, I can't either.
I mean, okay, granted, we've all probably, you know, stole something from the
Yeah,
grocery
when I
store.
was a kid, I stole alcohol from the grocery store all the time.
Yeah, but something like a police uniform or something big, fuck no. There's
Yeah, I mean,
times when I was young, uh, that my mom would quote unquote forget about pop on the very bottom of their shopping cart, quote unquote forget, and we would just walk out with it after we check out with most of our items. And I was always like really uh, shitty about it with her. And me being the kid, I really can't say much. But I was always pissy with her afterwards.
yeah, I hate Walmart, man. I try to avoid going into Walmart at all costs. Um, but
Oh,
Yeah,
that
you pretty
my
much have to self
my
checkout now.
my ex's car or van or whatever it was, her key fob. I had a set of keys. Also, her key fob would set that fucking detector off every fucking time. And then they come over, oh, let me see your receipt. We got anything in your pockets? I'm like, it just makes you feel like a fucking thief. You're getting
mm-hmm,
pretty much accused because the key fob set off the fucking detector.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And yeah, I got into it with them a few times.
I won't show them my fucking receipt anyway. I just had to do your job. If you don't fucking trust me to do your job, bring back your fucking cashiers.
Exactly.
They can't make me. They can't make you show them your receipt.
Oh, I always tell them, I work for my shit. I pay for my shit. I don't steal. Fuck that. I was raised better than that, by my grandparents. You know, fuck that.
That's the thing. And I won't use them fucking like where you're supposed to check yourself out. I refuse to use them damn things. One, because it's another way for them to take people's jobs. And two, because I'm not trained to operate that damn thing. If I fuck up and something gets mischarged or unturned or whatever, they're going to come at me, even though it could be a total accident. So I refuse to use them damn things.
Well, it's not just that. It's okay. So, you got items that are that have the security tags on. Okay, so you're supposed to wipe them on the scanner because that's where the detector is.
To deactivate them.
Hmm.
And you know, the normal person would not know that. A normal person would not know to to wipe the item onto the thing to disable the security tag.
Hmm.
Like, come the fuck on.
Andrea, I just
Dude,
got my third Nissan Titan, and I am in love. So, and I was in a really bad wreck in my last one, and I, all of the airbags went off. We went airborne. We should have rolled. The airbags didn't touch me. It didn't roll, and we were okay. So it sold me on that. So don't overlook the Nissan Titans. Go test drive one.
Squirrel. I'm sorry, I
Sorry.
was reading Andrea's thing
I
again.
was reading the chat too, so I was waiting on y'all to get done talking before I answered what she said. But I'm gonna jump off of here and finish cleaning my house and probably make myself a drink and stuff. But y'all have a good afternoon. Stay safe. Be good. Be good at it. Do it twice. Make sure you fuck it up right the first time.
Well, I appreciate you coming on, and it's nice to formally meet you, and stay
Yeah, you
naked.
too, man. Yeah, y'all have a good Sunday.
Later's on. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about avalanches and like the conversion type things where it could be a pickup or an SUV. I'm not sure. I don't know. I got mixed emotions on them damn things. If I'm thinking of the right thing. What's going on, Julie? You're in an avalanche of police? Now, that's probably not good.
So I had an escaping kitten, and I was trying to how to grab it real quick before it escaped.
Yeah, you don't want to lose your dinner, man.
Well, they're only a month old, and they're tiny, and yeah, they're just learning to walk, and they are cute as hell. I swear. But Kat, if you're still in here, if you're listening for a second, have a good drink. Hi, Hermione. Hi, baby. Come here.
Yeah. When I was younger, I always had fast cars. Like well the
Right here. Look at this, Bill.
Corvettes. I had a Cutlass Supreme Brom. I don't. It was an '80 something. I don't remember what year. Oh, that looks delicious. Um, well, I missed it. Nothing like a good shake and bake kitty for lunch. But yeah, when I was younger, I had
Okay,
fast
Mr.
cars or
Producer.
whatever, or like luxury vehicles and stuff. But I had a Grand National for a while, which I really liked. I wish I still had all those cars. But then when I started having kids, like when I had my first, I still had that Z28. And getting a child, unless you take the top completely out, getting a child in and out of the back of a car seat of a Z28 is not a pleasant experience for either one of us. Um,
For either
so I
one of
went.
us.
I started getting SUVs. I had a lot of Blazers and shit like that.
Have you seen the new Blazers?
I don't really keep up with cars anymore. I just quit giving a shit about everything.
I do not like them at all.
Remember when I was a kid, like the big boxy ones where the back window rolled all the way down. Man, we used to stuff I don't know how many kids in the back of that thing. Somebody would just usually probably somebody not old enough to drive would drive us to the swimming hole or whatever, and nobody thought anything about it. Now they'll throw your ass in jail.
Bill, you're showing your age again.
I'll show my dick too. I don't give a fuck.
Oh no, I don't want to see your dick.
Andrea's almost 6 feet tall. You know what? I'm pretty sure that Andrea's catfishing me because like she checks all the boxes. Like I don't demand a woman be tall or whatever. It's negotiable. Um, but I'm pretty sure that this person has done a psychological profile on me and is just checking all the boxes.
Hold on. But the question is she almost 6 foot tall with or without heels? That's the question.
I don't know. Oh yeah, I've been caught up in the Yeah, we had to make a choice too. You either Ford or Chevy, and everybody else can get fucked. But um, I've had both. You know, the first car that I drove a lot. My very first car was a Plymouth, but it didn't last long. And then I drove Fords for a while, and then switched to Chevy. And you're gonna catch hate either way.
You know
So I
what?
mean, I like Chevy cars and Ford trucks, as you know. So I'm kind of a bastard that way.
You know what Ford stands for? Found on road dead.
Oh yeah, or fucked over rebuilt Dodge.
Yeah. No, I have a Toyota, and I'm gonna tell you this right now. It's a it's a 2012, but damn, is it good? It's a good car.
Would you say it was a Toyota?
Yeah,
Like a Corolla. Corollas will last forever, man.
I have a Rav4,
Right. Yeah, I think those last a while too.
and the best part is, okay, so the ones that were made in North America, they suck, but mine was made in Japan, and I guess those are like top of the line, damn good vehicles. I love Toyota. I mean, I used to be a Chevy person. Used to be a Chevy person. I got a 2013 Chevy Equinox. Fucking engine blew up on me as I was doing the delivery
Mm.
because fucking Chevy, when they built it, didn't put the fucking O rings in the fucking shaft, and it fucking leaked oil, and I didn't know it. I didn't see no oil spots, and yeah, the engine blew.
Well, I mean, that happened. Did you keep the oil changed and keep up the
Yeah,
maintenance?
I kept the oil change the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, it
Annoyed.
just happens sometimes.
Oh, it pissed me off. And then here's the bad part. After we got the Toyota and we got rid of the other one, they fucking sent out a recall about getting the engine fixed. Like, seriously? You're going to wait, you know, 6 7 years down the fucking line to issue the recall.
What was it like for an oil sending unit or something? Or
It was to get the fucking uh uh the oil O ring fixed and the engine redone and everything else.
hmm. So did
Yeah.
they pay?
No, they didn't. They didn't do shit. We already got the brand new the new the Toyota before we, got rid of the other one, and we got rid of it, and then they sent out the fucking recall. Fucking pissed me off. Hold on, she's 6 foot barefoot with heels. I'm about 6'4". Jesus Christ! Do you play basketball, Andrea? Just out of curiosity. Or are you one of those girly girls? Oh, I'm by myself. Ha ha! Now y'all got to deal with me. Ha ha! Yeah, I drive a Toyota. Nice pun there, Kelly. That's actually a pretty good one. I have to give it to you. Jordan coming in here with a banger. You gave Bill a heart attack, Andrea. He had to go and have a little bit of fun with himself real quick. Welcome back, though, Bill.
Hey, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. We lost internet connection probably because of where I'm at. But
I was going to say you probably had to go rub on that real quick because she searched up every single box for you. Jordan said that Andrea gave you a heart attack.
Fuck, she damn near did, man. Oh, yeah, I'm good. I mean, we got Andrea in here, and we got Jordan in here, and we got Dominique in here. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I'm probably about I don't know, 94.86% aroused right now. I can't fucking think. All the blood went to the wrong direction. Oh, yeah, I probably could use a nitro tablet. I haven't, I'm supposed to take heart medication, and I never do. So I only take, of all the fucking pills that the doctors give me, one, I don't want to carry all that shit around, but I only take the ones that make me feel good immediately.
You know, I'm going to tell you this. Those nitro tablets, I fucking hate them because they give me a badass headache.
Yeah, they do that. I've had them a couple of times, like in an ambulance, and yeah, they give you a nitro tablet and a baby aspirin.
Baby aspirin, I'm fine with. I mean, they taste like fucking oranges. It's just that nitro.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, baby aspirins do taste good. They probably shouldn't make them taste good, but
fuck yeah! I mean, they taste like oranges. I mean, come on now. I'm fucking eating my candy.
well, that ain't good for you. You get your blood too thin, you'll have a problem.
Bruh, my water, my blood is already basically water, anyways.
Yeah, my dad's like that. His blood's always been real thin.
Well, mine's because I'm on 3 different blood thinners.
Well, I mean, why don't you just like hook up an IV to one side and like filter your blood through a coffee filter and get all that shit out of there and put it back in? It'd probably be a little thinner.
It'd probably be a lot cleaner. Hell, put it through a coffee filter, then just fucking smoke it. You smoke all the THC out of my blood.
Oh, fuck that. Now we got Freya in here too. After the offer she made the last time I was alive, oh man, I just might have a heart attack today, y'all. This old man can't take the excitement.
You see the last time you were alive?
Oh yeah, man. She's talking about being on her knees and shit. It was wild. I liked it.
Freya! Really? Talking about being on your knees around him? I mean, it's Bill for all sakes. Don't ever say that you're on your knees around him. That's bad. Because he takes it the whole different direction.
Hey, I get a lot of hate for it, but I like women, and I am not ashamed of that.
That's all well and good, but you're a whore.
Well, I mean, that is also true. And yes, it's caused some problems, but, you know.
At least you're honest. I mean, I have to give you that. At least you're honest.
Yeah. I mean, no. There are women in this community that I talk to, and if they hit me up one day and said, "Hey, we're gonna run away together, but we're never gonna be on YouTube again. I would do it. There's a couple of them out there. I would 100% do it.
My knees won't allow me to get down on them. I'm old, remember?
Well, it's okay, Freya. You can take your time. We don't have to rush everything. I'll wait.
Bill, have you ever been caught by any mad husbands?
Um, I really tend to stay away from married women. I mean, like I'll flirt with them or whatever. But yeah, dude, when I was like 17, like the first real serious ass beating I got, um, these this couple was in their 30s, and like I did know them, but and she was fucking around with a younger guy, but it wasn't me. And her husband thought that it was me. And that dude fucking, this was like before I learned how to fight and that kind of stuff. That dude fucking beat the shit out of me, man. And then there was a weird situation. And my fucking brother hooked me up with this girl, right? And we all just kind of met up at the bar. And he's like, "Oh, this is so and so. You guys will get along." Blah blah blah. And so we kind of started dating pretty much that night. It only lasted like 3 weeks because like I knew something was up. Um, like I'd say, because we were hanging out like 3 or 4 times a week. I'd say, "Hey, I'll pick you up. Just let me know where you live." She's like, "No, no, no," and she always came and picked me up. Now, keep in mind, she was only like 25, 24, 25 at the time. But like she had a fucking Bentley, she had a Buick Regal that was all decked out. She had like all these cars. Like, how the fuck is she affording all this shit? And I'd asked her, I'm like, "Hey, you're not married or anything, are you?" She's like, "Oh no." And then I asked her again because like weird shit like that. Like she would never tell me where she lived, and like she had all these excuses for other shit. And so I asked her again, I'm like, "Well, are you fucking married or not?" And she's like, "Well, I am, and we still live together, but we're getting divorced." Come to find out, that was bullshit too. And
We're getting a divorce.
yeah, so it didn't last very long. I don't want to be in that situation. I mean, there was just a bunch of red flags, and when I followed up, and I eventually wound up talking to the guy, and I'm like, "Dude, I'm sorry, I didn't know." She told me he was totally cool about it. He's like, "Oh, it's all right. I know she cheats on me, but I'm a lot older than her, and whatever. It's just a marriage of convenience for both of us, so I can stay in the country." And it's yeah. So
Wait.
I've had shit like that happen, but
He admitted that he was using her for a green card.
yeah, that was a plan the whole time because she had a really shitty home life, and like her mom signed papers. She got emancipated. And what that is like if you're a minor but you're in a shitty situation, sometimes you can get emancipated, which makes you a legal adult, and you can, live wherever you want. And the whole thing was arranged so that he could marry her, and that helped with this because he's from India. And the reason she had all these nice cars was because him and his brothers owned a bunch of gas stations around here. Now, if you come to, I don't know about now, but at the time, if you come to Indiana or damn it, not Indiana, if you come to the United States from India or probably any other country, and you start a business, you don't have to pay taxes for the first 7 years. So each of these brothers all bought separate gas stations, and every 7 years they would rotate and they would sell them to each other. So they never had to fucking pay income taxes. So that's how they had all their money.
Tinku, come again. Of course, they're from fucking India. I mean,
Yeah.
Tinku, come again. Like fucking Apu.
But no, yeah, I've been involved in some jealousy situations. Most of that though was like if you're dating a girl, sometimes they have a psychotic ex that still wants her. I've had a lot of problems like that and had to deal with that shit. But I really do tend to try to stay away from the married ones.
My dad was like that. The psychotic one. Yeah, that was my dad.
Oh yeah.
And my aunt
I
came
mean,
outside.
dude.
My aunt came outside with a shotgun and basically said, "You want to fucking uh, uh, fuck around and find out." That's the word I was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And she came over with a 12-gauge shotgun and pointed right at his fucking head in front of his friends in the car. Like, yeah, I know. Fuck you.
Yeah, I've had dudes knock on my door in the middle of the night because their ex-girlfriends in there, and yeah, I've had a few of them that left at gunpoint. A couple of them we had to have assistance leaving, if you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't shoot them, but yeah, I always try to leave cops out of stuff. But like, if the neighbors see a bunch of ruckus and they call the cops and whatever, but yeah.
Not to get off the topic, but I guess a former news producer out of Cincinnati got arrested for distributing over 100 child porn videos between 2020 and 2021 on Telegram. I'm not going to say the group name because that's neither here or there.
Right. Who do you say you worked for?
WCPO out of Cincinnati.
Oh shit! All hell's about to break loose. What's going on, Sam?
Hey,
What up, Sam?
Toe, how are you? Good to see you, Bill. Good to hear from you, Bill. Just a sleepy Sunday afternoon.
I saw the panel channel clipped your ass.
Nothing gives them better ratings than to clip my ass, apparently. Or pleasure. So I wanted to say, since this is sort of a safe space to shit on Ryan,
Go for it. Go for it.
That Ryan found none of these documents. Ryan made none of these requests. Ryan was given these documents likely from the same source that originally gave them to the Predator Catcher channel. So for him to act as though like his team, whatever his team is, analyzed, requested and analyzed these documents, he was spoon-fed the documents from whoever took them and made the story, whether that was Pred Catcher Drama, who continues to claim that they or her or him or they, don't want to create any pronouns that are not correct, but whether they requested the documents or they were given the documents. But in the package of documents that were delivered, there were some documents that were absent. Some of those documents that were absent were the search warrant affidavit. The search warrant affidavit would have put in what they were searching for and a little bit more about the NCMEC tip, if that's what was received from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So there would have been a greater depth of documents that were released with the package that included the incident report. So when you request these types of documents, you receive sort of a broad scope of things. What was released was very, very narrow. And we don't know right now what other documents are out there that have not been released that clarifies this entire case. Because as of now, Ryan has gotten his fingers hold of, like this entire community. What's so funny about Ryan is he thinks he's special, and he is a special person. I will say that
He is special.
But he thinks that he sort of has something that no one else has, and he's sort of done his analysis that no one else has done. On the original document, which is the incident report, it states that in 2019, there was an open investigation on Edward and his brother. And Edward has acknowledged that devices were seized at that time. And Edward has acknowledged that those devices have not been returned. And there's another document from the Attorney General's office in Texas that essentially goes over the public records information and points to an active investigation. And an active investigation, the only one that is out there is the drug-related investigation that is ongoing. That's the only open case. So no one, especially Ryan, has pointed to me with an April 2023 document dated with Edward's name that says open and active, that has, you know, these charges, the Texas Penal Code charges that relate to, you know, possession of illegal content. You cannot, Ryan has not produced something from April of 2023 that has Ed's name on it, that says the investigation is active. It is about CP and it's ongoing. So the misinformation out there from the channels, the panels, that the investigation continue, you know, that the OAG document that is out there, again, it only relates to the public information request. That's all that document was. It was a document dated April 2023 that relates to a public, you know, a records request for certain documents, and they came up with that. So that is, and I don't owe Ryan anything. Ryan, in 100% certainty, said yesterday, and I got him to say that he says that Edward has open an active investigation related to CP as of April of 2023. That's what Ryan has said. And if he's using that OAG document, he's in trouble, because that's a public records document request from whoever the deep throat was, allegedly that it is a deep throat. And I'm not even suggesting at this time that Predcatcher Drama is not the deep throat. Predcatcher Drama has claimed to have some sort of deep throat records person that's delivering these documents. But it is clear that there was potentially substantial amount of other documents that either said the case was closed in 2019. It gives more information, the basis of the NCMEC report and claim, and then it would go over what was found, if anything was found. So, you know, I did also post on my Instagram Tommy admitting to being under investigation and a suspect for CP. I
saw that.
And he admitted that. So for all of these people claiming that, how can you be in this community? How can you do this? Tommy was, or is, because no one has produced me a document that said the investigation is closed, by the way. So at this time, I'm not going to conclude like Ryan and defame someone, but at this time, there's no evidence to suggest that the CP investigation into Tommy and his cohorts is closed. That very well could be open and ongoing. We do have Tommy's statement that it was a 9-month investigation. Andrea, deep throat is a reference to Watergate. Mark Felt was an FBI informant, or he was an FBI agent that informed. He was giving the heads up to the Washington Post, the Nixon thing, and it's a reference to Watergate, deep throat. Mark Felt. And so I'm referencing, this is a deep throat-esque sort of.
It was also a 1970s porn movie, just saying.
Of course, you would know that.
And so I know I said what I said, and I'm not providing any. I don't at this time anything that I have found out would only allow Ryan to save himself. So if I have spoken to the sergeant or the detectives in the attorney general's office, if I have email corresponded with them, if I have gotten more of the substantial documents that were related to this thing, as well as who requested them. Anytime you request documents, you are entitled to know who requested them. So if that person lied about their name, that can be seen. But we can see who's requesting documents because it's open
Right.
source. This is public information requests. The very first thing that's public about a public information request is the person requesting them. And this is not a conspiracy theory or a witch hunt, but it really is going to examine the dribble, and obviously there's a whole segment in this community that doesn't like Edward and has it out for him. And so
Well, that's the thing. Regardless of anything Edward's wrapped up in, it does not change anything that Tommy's done. And I don't understand how people are acting like it does.
Okay, so I've been very quiet about all this because I want to see how it plays out. But my feelings on this is this, and this goes for even the people that are caught. This is America, right? And in the American justice system, you're innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. We are not the law. We are not the judge. So even though we catch these people on a daily, they are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Correct?
Yes, if you
Well,
believe.
yeah, but there's the court of public opinion, which is what we're really dealing with.
Well,
exactly.
Right.
But
go ahead.
Go ahead.
You're absolutely you are correct in that sense that I would say that there is a distinction between so for my case, I was abused as a child. I recently, because of my the strength that I got from this community was a big part of why I went and filed a police report and requested prosecution of my abuser. That's the strength that I get. So as much as a negative sometimes this community can be, I can tip my hat and say thank you to, and that's worth, that's priceless to me that I was able to gather the strength to do what I did. But, in my particular case, the case was not prosecuted after about 9 months, 6 to 9 months of investigation. My abuser did not admit openly on a recorded phone call the abuse and what she did, and that made the case a little more difficult. But it was so long ago, and she claimed that she didn't remember, and she did remember, but she said she didn't remember. So not being charged and not being convicted is not necessarily someone's innocent. However, and I agree with you, and you are onto something there, which is pointing it out in this community is like, it's pointless because people here don't believe in innocent until proven guilty. You are guilty in this community, and you can never prove your innocence, even when you aren't even charged. So yeah, I mean, we do live in a system, and people compare this to the predators too. So let me make a distinction here. With the predators that people in this community catch, there is a evidence train. There's an evidence trail of conversations that are illegal and criminal, and because of law enforcement rules and the rules of evidence, and because of prosecutorial stuff and legal stuff, a lot of the cases are not sufficient for prosecution. But that doesn't mean that the person is innocent. That still means that they're a pred. But But the distinction between the predators that this community catches and Edward is, in Edward's case, there is no evidence at this time to suggest anything.
Right.
And in the cases where the predators are caught and they're released and they're not prosecuted, we have a chain of chat logs. We have a recorded interview where they admit
Exactly.
guilt. Edward has denied knowledge at all of anything to do with these particular incident report and anything related to it. And he said that he did not even know that that was the initial reason for the search of the home. And in 4.5 years, the fruits of the search warrant produced no criminal charges. And I know that this is not going to convince people like Ryan, because we've seen Ryan time and again be wrong, be proven wrong, and continue double down in being wrong. Ryan is trying to manipulate the opinion that even if the case is closed, it's not really closed because they can reopen it. And I have, spoken to various folks in law enforcement, and other than for new information or new charges, once a case is closed, that either means at the time they had insufficient evidence or no evidence to bring charges for a crime. So if the 2019 raid happened and there was no evidence, the only time the investigation would be reopened would be if there was new evidence brought to the table that had not already been investigated. So for the little weasel Ryan to claim that even if the investigation is closed, it's not really closed because they can reopen it is another false flag. It's another straw man argument in which he's trying to convict someone and slime someone with no basis and no facts. He did no research here. He took 2 documents that were cherry-picked from someone or a group of people that don't like Edward, and they were given to a outlet that does not like Edward. And that is the formulation. And yes, I 100% believe that either Predcatcher Drama or the person delivering these cherry-picked documents to Predcatcher Drama had an incentive to disrupt in the immediate fashion the trip that was scheduled to catch predators in Florida. So there was a motive there, and it doesn't look like Predcatcher Drama, if she or he or they weren't involved with the planning or coordinating of this. They didn't do any of their research about asking the Deep Throat if this was all the documents. Did they get a chain of custody of what was released and what wasn't released? And did the person giving it to them have any type of motive as far as the timeline? I'm not saying that we can't talk about this. People are trying to say that I'm trying to silence this. Let it talk about it, because you're only showing your own stupidity, your own motives, your own hate, and your own jealousy.
I mean, that's what I was going to say. When Ed's never convicted any of this, all these people are going to look even dumber than they already do. I'm not saying don't ask questions. By all means, look into it. Everybody should do their own research. And kind of going back to Ryan not doing his own research, he doesn't even do his own research on Preds because I know who does it for him. And I've talked to these people, and like they've told me about how he has had people on the line and then fucked it up pretty bad because he won't listen to anybody. I mean, most of his catches are collabs with other people. He doesn't have very many standalone catches.
Well,
Yeah.
okay, so to go back to what you were saying, Sam, about the predators and stuff, I get that there is a chain of predatory behavior that, the chat logs and everything else. I get that. Do I think that they're predators because of that? Yes, I do, because that's my public opinion. But I also know that they, as I said before, that they are innocent until proven guilty. And yes, there is, the chat logs and everything else that show that they're guilty. But in the eyes of the court, It's different, you know.
Absolutely it is. And what's the first thing that people run to when they want to look someone's record up? They run their background check. I was a target of that. I had it done like 100 times. And, if there's nothing on your record, that's sort of like the official statement about you being innocent, I guess. But, there's some shady people in this community that don't necessarily have criminal charges, but that have done some shady shit and are engaged in some shady shit. And
Who's not? Who's not into shady shit?
well, I mean, if we,
I want to answer.
Honestly,
I want to answer Mark's question
who's
real
not?
quick. Yes, Mark, as far as I know, it's going to stay up unless something happens between, like if I get a helicopter between now and the end, then I'll have to private it or take it down. But as far as I'm concerned right now, yes, it'll stay up. All right, fellas, go ahead.
Well, no, I mean, there's probably some derogatory things about a lot of people in this community that I know about and I've seen. There's probably derogatory information that people could find on me. But if you don't have a criminal record, does that mean that you're not either maybe engaging in criminal activity or shady and creepy? I don't know the answer to that. So, but getting back to your point, this community views like a criminal background check as like as the gold standard when we analyze each other. And if someone doesn't have anything on their background, but even in the case where someone does have something on their criminal background, I've pointed out the fact that Tommy's been convicted of 3 counts of contributing to delinquency of a minor in 2011. That is a real person in this community who's a catcher that ostensibly did something that either hurt a child, was child abuse, or was something that caused a child to engage in some type of behavior or something that was delinquent. So that's how the court. Tommy has outright said that that's a false statement. And so, when you can just lie about your record and just say that and just pretend like it doesn't exist, and you have a group of 2,000, 3,000 fanatics, what does it even matter if we've convicted, or that group of people and many others have convicted Edward, who doesn't even have any charges brought against him. And yet Tommy has been convicted 3 counts of contributing to a delinquency of a minor, and he simply denies it and gets away with it. No one except me and a few others has been asking who was the minor child and what was the delinquency that made you get convicted of that count. It's there.
Is that the charges that was in? I think it was Tucson or whatever.
Yes. And he continues to lie about it. And people say, well, this is a diversion and a deflection. I'm worried about people first that have convictions on their record in this community. Let's start there, and then let's move from off of there. Because if we're just going to use incident reports and things as the gospel that someone should be convicted, let's start with people that were actually convicted. And let's start with the main catcher that is throwing slime, and let's start with him. No one, Locke failed to ask him. I'm not sure that, again, he lies. And even on Edward, when Edward had Tommy up, he has been convicted of these charges. We know it. So for him to say he hasn't means there's something shady in that shit of convictions that he desperately doesn't want out. Yes, there's a group that wants to get the case was from 2011, and they are there's there's outstanding public requests for information for that. But for him to deny on its, flat out that he wasn't convicted when we know that he was, that's some pretty crazy stuff that he has that type of support. And that's when we get into the cult, right? When we talk about cult, that's what we talk about cult. It's not me out here defending a friend of mine who hasn't even been charged with a crime. It's the other side that the guy has been convicted of crimes that have hurt children or contributed to their delinquency, and they look right past it and don't even ask it, right? That's what we talk about.
It's a herd mentality. You got sniveling weasels like Cap, riding on it now, and like he already looks like an idiot. He's gonna look like an even bigger idiot when the shit gets cleared up.
Well, I'm going to have like this, and people are going to call me a weirdo for having this like as a pocket, like my pocket, like a pocket Bible. Where is the paperwork that clearly shows here it is. I've written onto it a little bit, actually.
Sam, not to interrupt you, but Uncanny wants to know, does a warrant have to be approved? To get approved, isn't a magistrate needed to have enough evidence to go to court?
Say that again.
Uncanny Valley
Look,
says, does a warrant have to be approved to get approved by a magistrate to go to court or to get it even done?
I can answer this. I've worked in the system. Warrants are very easy to get, whether they get it from a judge or from a grand jury. The saying is that you can indict a ham sandwich because warrants, they don't have to show very much proof of anything. And like in front of a grand jury or a judge, it's all one-sided. The cops, investigators say, hey, we've got this, we got this, we got this. And time again, cops get caught lying to get warrants also. So warrants are not hard to get, whether it's in front of a judge or in front of a grand jury.
And to talk to about, Telly wants to know about the Tucson. Are you sure it's the same Thomas Bellows?
I've showed this document repeatedly. It's case number 291-02758. The last name is Fellows, spelled like he spells it. First name is Thomas. Middle initial is R. We know that is correct. Gender is male. We believe that is correct. Date of birth is September 1981. We do know that's the month and the year of his birth. The category is criminal. The charges were filed in July of 2011. It's in the Tucson Municipal Court. He was found guilty. It was 3 counts, and that's that. I don't know how many others are out there with that. So that information is as is correct. I'll just use Ryan's statement. That's what the document says. If the document lies, then you can call me a liar, but that's what the document says. I'm sorry that you all don't like it, but he has claimed that it's not him. It's like he doesn't know it. He's lied about it. First, he said that he wasn't convicted of it. Then he said he was never charged with it. Then he said that it doesn't know anything about it. No, so in Uncanny Valley, back to you, a judge does have to sign off on a search warrant of a property. I agree. I'm not sure if a judge actually looks at the complaint. If I think they take it's what smile and file. They judge.
Yeah.
Judges generally don't look at the actual video or pictures or whatever is claimed. They simply say, if NCMEC thinks it's illegal, then we'll sign off on a warrant for it to give you the right to search. But regardless of that, Tommy has admitted that for 9 months, he was under investigation for CP. So whether Ed is or isn't is really a moot point in the grand scheme of things. If we really want to protect the kids, we've got an active catcher out there that allegedly has over 300 arrests and 150 criminal cases. I thought the community would be far more interested to know something about that case because the truth wasn't really told about that case. Tommy said that there was a 9-month investigation, CP related, on his devices, and then claimed he didn't know about it, and then claimed that he did, like the police just had him show him their phone for a couple minutes. Like, here, look through my phone. And that was the extent of the 9-month investigation. Seems like that would have been a 5-minute investigation. So We can deflect all we want. We can run over these documents about Edward, the cherry-picked documents that were delivered to PCD all day and every day. But we've got an active catcher out there on the loose that has a lot of questions that have not been answered.
Okay, so
yep, go ahead.
I just have a quick question for you. On this incident report, it said that it was an online storage device, correct?
Hang on. I want to answer. I don't want to forget about Pat Kahn's question because he'll think I'm deliberately ignoring him, and I'm not. No, Pat Kahn, I'm not saying that they don't have to present probable cause to a judge or a grand jury. Probable cause oftentimes is just a suspicion or based on either very preliminary or not true. And I don't know exactly about this case. I'm saying in general. I've seen a lot of shit happen. I'll use drugs as an example because it's probably the most common. Somebody gets busted, with some, drugs. And the cops are like, well, where did you get the drugs? And if that person lies and says, oh, I got it from that house, that can be probable cause to get a warrant. So a lot of times probable cause is either very preliminary or shady as hell. That's all I'm saying. And I've seen a lot of people have their cases dismissed because of that.
And Toe, I want to get back to your question, but I want to thank LB. And I first want to apologize to LB, and then I want to thank LB. I apologize to her as the other panelists were deserving of the slime that I threw at them in my Instagram posts. She was not. LB was the only one who articulated her reason about why she didn't like Tommy, and it was because exactly this issue that we're talking about. She didn't believe his bullshit that, what he was doing, that it's his story that he was doing it for the better. He was producing or possessing CP for the betterment of the case. I don't think she believes it. And she held him down to it and said, this is why I don't like you. And then that in a drunken stupor, Tommy finally opened up and admitted that he was under investigation and is potentially still, right? Because if we're going to take the Edward approach, the Edward standard of we need a document to prove whether a case is open or whether a case is closed, Tommy claims that the case on him related to CP is closed. How do we know that? He's now admitted that there was an open case related to CP on him, his devices, and his organization. How do we know that the case on him is closed? Tommy, let us know what jurisdiction it is. Let us know the detective so that we can reach out. It's what we can do in Edward's case. Let's take the Edward standard and apply it to your open, active CP investigation that you've admitted to that's been going on for 9 months that LB got you to admit to. So I do owe her an apology. And LB, you do know that I updated my Instagram to reflect you're the only one that had any courage on that panel to confront. Everybody's sort of in awe of the crackhead up there on their panel because it generates views for them. You were not. You held him down and you got him to say things that he normally wouldn't or couldn't admit because he doesn't have independent questioners. So good for you, LB.
Right. I actually talked to somebody that has some inside information on that CP investigation. I don't know what I'm at liberty to discuss. I'll have to talk to her and see what all I can say about it, if anything, because
it's probably it's an active and ongoing. I would imagine. Potentially.
I believe so, but I got to be careful.
Okay, well,
how much I say.
Don't say anything. All we know is what Tommy said. Tommy has admitted to being under investigation at some point for CP. We do know that. He admitted to it yesterday or the day before. He admitted
after denying it repeatedly. He admitted to it. Yeah.
After denying and lying about it for a period of time, LB forced his hand because he really can't stand when people don't like him, and particularly, if ladies don't like him or women don't like him, or he goes wild about it. So he really wants to know why, and then he slimes them when they show them why. It happened to our Latina Christy, in which Tommy was there and he could not stand that she was there and not sort of submitting. And he wanted to know why she didn't like him. And she went through those reasons. Then he started calling her names. He started shouting her down. He called her a lot of inappropriate things, just like he did to Sabby last night, I think. If anybody watched that disgusting stream from Tommy talking to Sabby and Locke in that way, I think that you got a really good window if you already didn't know, but most of the people haven't there. But his treatment of Sabby was, no matter what your opinion is of Sabby, the way that he spoke to her and the names that he called her and the things he said about her, who I know for a fact Sabby has done a lot of stuff, for all catching teams, including Tommy. And for him to say the things that he did in the manner that he did, it was just a dictionary definition of a misogynist, toxic, denigrating, weak beta man who thinks he's on top of the world because he has a portion of the people thinking that he's out for the kids and cares about kids. And I think we saw his true character last night.
I did not see it, but I do know that Sabby has done a lot to help a lot of different catchers. I know that to be a fact. Like I said, I didn't see last night, but yeah, that's another, like, you can tell how Tommy is when he goes off on women and the way he talks about people and two people when he gets mad. You just imagine what he's like behind closed doors when nobody's looking,
Sam, going back to what we were talking about just a minute ago, it was an online storage device, correct? That was to be searched.
I've read the narrative in the incident report. I didn't see the statement it was an online storage device. So I think it had to do with, usually if anyone has ever seen a police report as it relates to any type of investigation, they have to be very specific. The statement that, do you want me to pull it up or do you want me to, I just have it from, no one, by the way, has sent me any of these documents. We have to do it, I guess, through Ryan, streaming them.
Telly said it was an online storage device. Do we know if they went to the provider of the online storage device to search it? And
no, it wasn't. Hold on. It didn't say online storage device. It said an online account. It was said an online storage account, which typically means something like Dropbox, Box, Google.
Which
Google
would be an online storage device.
Oh yeah. When you say device, though, okay, all right, no problem. Yeah. Some type of cloud.
Do we know that that was searched? And also, if it wasn't searched, then why did the raid even happen if it was an online storage device?
No, it's pretty clear that every device in the home was searched. Yes.
But do you see how I'm getting to this point though?
Well, Edward has admitted that that devices were seized in the home.
Right. But if it was an online storage device, do we know if that device was searched?
The only thing we know is there's been no charges brought based upon the search as it relates to CP. That's all we know. So when you say, do we know if that device was searched? Maybe it was a neighbor that hacked into their internet service. I don't know what thing. All the NCMEC complaint has very little information in it, and it doesn't have an incident number. It just says it was a tip line report. So it could have been Google reporting something that came from the internet on that house. but we know nothing more. I don't know. We don't even know if the internet was password protected, right? So potentially the neighbors could have been using the internet of that house, downloaded something illegal, and the internet service provider gave that house as its location. There are so many unknowns here. The only thing, Toe, we know is they raided the home, seized all the devices, and no criminal charges have been brought in 4.5 years. And the OAG did not say, Ryan, that the case is still open. That was a public records request. Nowhere can you find Edward's name and open and illegal content, PC, possession of any type of illegal content, CP, and April 2023.
Well,
No.
here's another thing though, is if items were seized, and let's say a computer was used to log on to so and so website to access the storage device, that MAC address from that item, from that computer, from that phone, whatever else, would be sent as well as the computer location.
Well, it would tell you it would tell you what IP address that device was connected to.
No. It would send the MAC address as well. I have a degree in network security. It was send, it's through the SYNAC. It would send the MAC address and a shit ton of more information to that website so that it can authenticate who you are.
Well, and that's the other question about this. Why whoever received these documents put out an incident report and did not put out the search warrant affidavit that would have been filled out simultaneously with this incident report? All this incident report is that was the on-scene officers going to the home and what happened. That wasn't anything to do with the search warrant affidavit, and that would be public and it would be releasable. So if we do find out that there was a stack of documents that were requested by Deep Throat 2.0 and they released a cherry-picked level of those documents, I think we might be able to get to the bottom of this entire story and narrative. So potentially stay tuned on that. Because everything is public. Every email, every phone call, all these are public officers. Every request will have to have some data with it about who is requesting it and what. So we'll see what kind of incentives were placed on people. And this isn't like a threat. It's just, hey, we live by the public records and we potentially become discredited by the public records. And for Jack off in the chat to say that I'm not doing Ed, Ed can speak for himself. Ed is part of a drug investigation that is unresolved. And for him to make any comments would be against the better judgment of any suitable attorney. And so I am Edward's friend. I 100% believe that Edward is innocent and not guilty of anything in this case as it relates to illegal content. I am 100% certain. 100% certain. And so that's that. Sorry, stuff it, is what I would say to the people that disagree.
And Sam, just know I'm not trying to come at you. I'm just trying to figure this all out myself as well as everyone else. And that's why I was bringing up, the different thoughts that I had in my head as we continue talking about it.
Oh, no. All I was saying is that, yes, I think we should focus on predator catching. I did. I was part of a group that caught 6 last week. So,
and talking about that, and I'm gonna play devil's advocate here because, that's the smart move for me. Do you feel that with what was going on, that the good work that you all did, and I mean you all everyone that was on that trip did an awesome fucking job. Uh, do you feel that that was put into jeopardy with what's going on right now?
Not at all. I think that the main thing that drives these types of investigations are submitting all the evidence, sort of the Weld County way, which is the Weld County way is once we do a confrontation, which we did 6 of them, we assemble all of the evidence over the coming days and weeks. And we submit that once all the evidence is ready, which is everybody's data from their phones has to be downloaded as it relates to the catches. Anybody that recorded anything during a catch. Anyone that, the primary interrogator, I guess, which would have been Ray, and the decoys. Mainly it's the decoys and their data from their devices and their conversations, and they're reaching out to the detectives, and conversing and opening up to the detectives. The decoys on the cases are the primary folks that are going to potentially have to follow up. And then to a lesser degree, the catcher, and then, even less would be anyone that was there on an ancillary capacity. So for Tommy to worry about Edward being on a catch when he has not been charged with any crime, and Tommy can't farm his own ranch and get in all the evidence, even forget like who was there, like what witnesses were there. Edward would be considered a witness. Like, sure, if there was a brawl or a breakout fight or someone came in and Edward provided, witness statements as it related to a fight or a shootout, okay, but he was there as a witness, and the decoys are there as the informants of the crime. So Edward did not decoy any of these catches, and he provided in an assistant capacity to do background on predators, but certainly I don't think we're suggesting that just because you provide background on predators, you yourself will be the number one witness that a defense attorney will call. And then we're even there like on a defense attorney. The first thing before these cases.
Hold on. One second. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I've been wanting to say this for a while. Canadian royalty and everybody else. Ed has talked about this. He's been live on his own channel. He's been on other people's in the comments and stuff. Ed has talked about this. He has addressed it. And people saying that, Ed's hiding or he's gone quiet, it's fucking bullshit because he's been live on his own channel about it more than once. So I don't know what to tell you. I can't help it if you didn't see it.
And
I didn't. Well, let me just address this real quick. So I didn't know anything about the pro cop hater. I do wish pro cop hater well. I think the pro cop hater has had some health problems, and I wish him all the best with the health things going on. I read in chat at one point that he had some health problems. So nothing but the best. Can't speak on that. Won't speak on that. And then how many arrests do we have? Again, Edward did not, Pat Conman, great name, did not speak with any of the police during catches. The police were called to the scene in one case in which the predator admitted to having illegal content on the device. There was a detective within 20 minutes on scene applying for and receiving a search warrant of those devices. That investigation is ongoing. And the mother was supportive at the time, and I've been trying to supportive of the idea of her son finally being exposed and or learning a lesson. She had told him to not communicate in this manner with people online, kids. So that's that. So sorry, go ahead.
LB wants to know. I guess you have been not reading the chat. She was wondering why you've been ignoring her. She asked one of the questions she asked was, no one cares about the drugs, and if it's his brother, then that's fine to say that. But who is doing meth in a house with someone uploading CP. It's not crazy to say I can't associate with that.
Well, I'm not. Hold on. Who said that someone was uploading or downloading? See, I don't. If the devices were seized and no charges have been brought for 4.5 years, COVID started in 2020.
April 2020.
Okay, in that investigation, typically, if if you got a judge to sign off on a warrant to raid a home, and you said that in that home is 10 red Enlighten Me sweatshirts, and you raid the home, and in 4.5 years, you make no charges that you found the 10 red sweatshirts that had Enlighten Me on them. I'm sorry, but even without me doing a little digging on my own, I'm a little suspect about the raid itself and the quality and the caliber of the information. So for LB to assume that someone did do what in CMEC, I don't even know what they were claiming. What particularly was the evidence behind it? I mean, I know that people term maybe there were images on a device that were of legally aged adults, and NCMEC flagged it as minors. I just don't know. The only thing I know is the only thing I know is, and again, I don't want to help Ryan out at all. I'm going to let him drown. The only thing I know is we all know, is that a raid occurred and no charges have been brought related to CP. We do know that Tommy was under investigation for CP, and we have no evidence that it's closed. And in that case, Tommy and none of his people have been charged with a crime yet. We do know because he's admitted that he was and is potentially still under investigation for CP. So I don't take LB's question at face value that I am certain someone in the home was involved in that.
Right. There's nothing to say that Ed was directly connected to any of that I've seen. And believe me, people, if something comes out and there's like actual hard, solid proof that anybody, I don't give a fuck who they are, I will be the first to get on here and make some noise about it.
Well, no, we shouldn't. We should ignore. I mean, if he hasn't, LB, a lot of the things that we say about Tommy are not criminal in nature. I mean, we had video evidence of him pissing in public. That's a number of offenses, including public exposure and indecency. But
also drinking in the school zone.
He wasn't. Drinking in a school zone, drinking and driving. There's a number of things that we've actually seen him on camera do. Recording stuff that he believed to be, illegal. That's why he recorded. And he hasn't been charged with it. So yeah, I mean. But are we saying that we can't? I mean, if people want to talk about it, we can't. In Edward's case, we have no video, audio, nothing to suggest that he committed a crime other than a search warrant that yielded no results. And Ryan can sit here and say, it yielded results. Police, this is where you get into people just are just straight up dumb. Police have an ethical obligation to charge crimes that they are aware of in a certain period of time. If investigators raided, hold on, let me think. And this would get back to that. If the investigators raided a home, seized the devices, and found something illegal, they have a certain duty per the rules of evidence and chain of custody of that evidence to charge the crime within a certain period of time. Forget statutes of limitations. Statutes of limitations is separate from what I'm saying here. If the government becomes aware of a crime and has evidence of it, they have a duty to charge within a certain period of time. So again, they raided a home many years ago. and they have not charged anything related to that. So I just am curious what Toe, since you're playing devil advocate, what would be the devil's advocate to that?
Actually, give me 1 second here. I want to see something because I don't know the law for the state of Texas, uh, but I do know that in the United States you have, I believe it's 60 days or 90 days to bring charges to somebody, or they are let free. Um, if I remember correctly, I could be wrong, so don't quote me on that. But
I just think, this is my suspicion, the government didn't verify or vet the NCMEC complaint. They raided the home soon before they had substantiating evidence of a crime that there would be illegal content in the home. They raided the home. They seized the devices. They found nothing, and they found drugs. And so the government is now charging an ancillary crime to protect and shield themselves from liability. We all can agree that if the whole case is dropped, including the drug charges, Edward and his brother might be able to sue a lot of people, starting with the government themselves, and then NCMEC, and then potentially Detective Ryan. So, I mean, a lot is right. I'm just saying, as a logical person, a lot is riding on Edward and or his brother pleading guilty to a side charge, so that there might not be any repercussions, that the state can say, well, look, even though we illegally raided his home and we used this bogus NCMEC complaint, well, we found drugs and he pled guilty to those drug charges. So we are now sort of immune from civil liability. Is that sort of out like a fart in the wind?
give me 1 second here. I'm reading the Criminal Code of Texas for search warrants. I'm doing my research here because I believe, like I said, it's either 60 or 90 days after a search warrant that they have to charge somebody with something.
Right. I don't know what the specific date is, but if they raid my home and say that I stole 10 red can't stop, won't stop sweatshirts from a garage in Westminster, Colorado, and they know that there's 10 sweatshirts in my home, they raid my home, and within 60 or 90 days, they don't charge me with a crime, I believe the case is at that point closed, which I'm trying to, that as it relates to the stolen goods investigation. They raid my home. They find a little bit of Bill's cocaine that he sent me for the money I sent him a couple weeks ago. And they find that. Now they open a new investigation. The sweatshirt theft is closed because they didn't find the stolen goods. The cocaine possession that I would blame Bill on is now open and ongoing.
I have no knowledge of any cocaine that may or may not have ever existed or may not have been consumed by hookers.
You have a check on your stream that proves as such, and I wrote what the memo was for it.
Again, my system was hacked. I have no knowledge of any check or hookers or cocaine on that matter that may or may not exist.
We'll wait for Toad to going back to Lala, because I do want to answer Lala. Lala, there's nothing about what I'm saying that's shaming anybody at all. And when you say, am I assuming, I think that Ryan has a right to question, but I don't necessarily agree with convicting. We have an entire group of people calling folks Preds and anyone that went on a trip with was in a house with him. You know, is that? I mean, you know, the sliming is. I think what's unappealing to me, what's unappealing is convicting people of the most egregious thing possible without even any evidence that was produced. And so I think that's pretty. I think that's pretty low for people to make assumptions about guilt in something that is the most serious thing that one could be guilty of.
Okay, according to the Texas Code of Criminal Procedures, there is a zero amount of limitations for sex crimes against children. There is no limitation, so this can be open for 20 years from now, and it will still be open if it's still an active investigation.
Let me just I want to apologize to Lala if she thinks I'm being disrespectful, because she's always been respectful to me. So if I have been extremely disrespectful across the board, I apologize for that. I don't mean to come across as disrespectful. I think that about 1,000 people have slimed me in my name, have said some obviously false and things about me just because I'm here. So I call people dumb. Yeah.
I'm gonna comment on Ryan, and I really like Lala, but Ryan has been wrong about so many times, and when he's proven wrong, just the great grandma thing is just an example, and I use it because that's what everybody knows about. It was proven well beyond any shadow of a doubt that I was not great grandma, and he still doubled down and insisted that I was. And that's just an example of stuff that he either lied on me about or just had wrong, and still refused to admit that he was wrong. Hey, what's going on, Tilly?
Oh, g'day, Bill, Sam, and Toe. Listen, I've just got a. Sorry, I've just got a.
Before you said to tell, I want to come back to Toe for a second, but Telly, you can go, and I want to say hi to Dominique. Telly, go ahead. Toe, I wanted to address your statement on what you found in the Texas Penal Code. Go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, me or Toe?
I'll come back to Toe, Telly. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Telly. Yeah. You have the floor. You have the floor, Telly, and I'm glad to meet you.
Just as I understand it, isn't in the States you have a thing called discovery?
Yes.
Where the because I'm assuming that in a case like this, Ed and his brother must have a lawyer. So I can't really believe that he doesn't know what's going on in the case with all the speculation and with discovery, as I understand it, if it was me, my legal team would ask the police or demand what evidence they have so that I can organise my defence. So,
right,
Ed's legal team must know what evidence the police have. You know, so I just find it.
Let me jump in.
Yeah.
There is discovery once charges are brought against you. You then and the government then indicts you. So you have a charging document in which police charge you. Then you have an indictment or the filing of an information that comes after the police have charged you. Then you go and hire an attorney and you begin the discovery process. Telly, we're at step -5 here.
Yeah, but
we're not even at the point in which there was a charge made, much less an indictment as it relates to CP. We're well before that. We're at phase 1. A raid happened and no evidence was collected that would base a charge as of yet. And so there's a related case on drugs. When you reference this case or that case, there's a related case about drugs that were found in the home simultaneously to the search warrant that came up empty for anything that would relate to a charge on CP. So yes.
Okay. So just let me just clarify then. So what that suggests is that, okay, we all know that the drug thing, there's that's there as a charge, but what that suggests then is that it's absolutely certain that no charges have been brought to CP, because otherwise Ed would know that, and the legal team would know that, and they would know what evidence has been collected. Is that correct?
We all would know that. That would be
Yeah.
public information. If someone is charged with a
Right.
crime, that would be public information that we all could examine.
Okay,
We all
so, yeah.
know that Ed knows, and we all know that Ed has not been, nor his brother, been charged with any crime related to CP.
Right, and all that from my understanding then is that, so what that says is there's absolutely no evidence that there's CP, otherwise there would have been a charge brought, is the sort of position, but there is evidence obviously of the drug, so there's been a charge brought against that, and that's what's trickling through the court at the moment, is just the drug charge.
That is correct. That is what's trickling
right.
through the court. There is, and again, without doing any digging, right? Without doing any digging, one would imagine that if they raided a home a couple years ago and didn't find what they were looking for, it does boggle the mind why they haven't charged. If there are those that believe in order to harm Edward, that why hasn't he been charged with a crime? I'm not buying that CP investigations take 5 years. If anybody follows news or criminal cases or anything in this community, seems like we all heavily follow stuff. When a home is raided, they typically find what they're looking for in that moment or in the next, month or two that it takes to. Typically, they find what they're looking for, and then they add on additional charges, right? But they generally find what they're looking for, unless it wasn't criminal or it wasn't a crime or it wasn't there, or it was, they couldn't find what they were looking for. So,
all right. So the speculation is that they're clinging to the drug charge and trying to get a guilty plea on that, because if they don't get the guilty plea on that, then they're in the shit because they've charged him with drugs on a failed CP search warrant.
Telly, is it that hard? I don't mean to be condescending to this entire community, but is it that hard to make that the government might do something like that?
No, but I mean that's yeah. I mean, but they're just trying to protect their ass, basically. That's what you're saying? Because otherwise they're going to be in the shit.
That is a theory that's a substantially. That is something that I highly believe, that this search warrants produced no results. But it produced,
doesn't surely Ed's got a lawyer to handle his drug case? Wouldn't the lawyer have sort of stated that that's the sort of strategy that the prosecution is playing? I mean, surely there's a legal position. There must be a lawyer sitting in the background that goes, "Hey guys, this is what the game is. This is what they're trying to do to you."
That is the game, and in fact, this is why this case has been drawn out for this period of time. I think.
Yeah, but that's your speculation, isn't it? It's like, surely there's a lawyer sitting in the background that's in Ed's ear, which is telling him what the.
Well, no, my speculation, I think that this drug case has drawn out so long because if the case is dropped or dismissed, then potentially Ed could sue, and his brother could sue NCMEC and could sue a lot of different government officers and agencies for an.
Yeah, I guess my question is more of, why is that coming from Sam and why isn't that coming from Ed?
Well, I was with Ed for a period of time, so I am, somewhat, had got some information, but why?
Ed is probably limited as to what he can say. And
sorry, I'm just not sure. It sounds like you're trying to work out what's going on in the background, but that surprises me because I would have thought Ed would definitely know what's going on in the background.
Well, I'm guessing that his attorney told him not to say very much, is particularly in an open forum. The fact that I'm blabbing, I'm not, part of it.
Wouldn't it be more straightforward for Ed just to say, my lawyers told me not to make any statements about this, rather than going through this sort of process continually.
I think he said as much, but
Shit.
maybe he didn't say it as direct as you want him to say it. But I
Yeah.
think
All right. Yeah. Thanks. Anyway, I was just curious to get a little bit of clarification on this, the way that it works over there. Anyway, thanks, guys. I'll let you go.
it's always good to hear from you, Telly. See ya.
Yeah. Cheers.
Hey, Telly, I appreciate you coming on, man. Thank you.
Toe, back to what you were saying. Sex offenses. The CP is probably in a different category. Are you looking at statutes of limitations of when they can bring charges, or are you talking about when evidence is presented, how long do they have?
The statute of limitations for when they can bring charges.
On sexual misconduct with a child or CP?
Sex crimes involving children, which I would say that would be because that's what CP is.
That is correct, but I'm saying is that a statutes of limitations?
That's the statute of limitations of when they can bring charges, yes. After
Right,
a search warrant, a search warrant has been done.
Right.
That's the statute of limitations.
That's what I was saying, that they're not referencing the statutes of limitations. There's the statutes of limitations, and then there's the rules of evidence. When you acquire evidence of a crime, even though you can, maybe the statutes allows you, meaning if I'm a victim of a sex crime, as I was, there's no limits of when I can go in and make a report. It's no limit, no 10 years from the incident, 5 years. It's no limit. So I can go in. Is there any limitations for when the police are in possession of evidence and they fail to bring charges within a certain period of time? I think that was I was referencing. And I'm saying that there's maybe something different. You're saying that they're one.
Well,
I don't know what you're saying.
So let me ask you this. Okay. Okay. So would you say this would be exploitation? I can't fucking say the word, of a child, or would you say this would be a sex crime?
Well, I mean, they define it as possess. It's
So it would be exploitation.
It's a possession of illegal content. So you're possessing it. I'm not sure what the I don't know if you're trying to. What is the difference between what?
Okay, so would you consider this an exploitation of a child, or would you just consider this as a sex crime against a child?
I would say that it's exploitation. Probably.
Okay, so with that being said, according to and I'm going to put this into the chat so everybody else can see it, that I'm not lying or that I'm capping or whatever else you want to say. Right there's the link. According to this, there's actually it's 7 years from the date of the commission of the offense. It would be exploitation of a child. So let's say this was 2019. That would mean they have 3 years left, or 2.5 years left to file charges if they wanted to. Because there's such one.
Well, I think the first thing a defense attorney would I think the first thing a defense attorney would ask is, you had evidence. They would take the detective, put him on the stand, and say, you had evidence in 2019 of this in your possession, that you knew that my client did this, but you waited until 2026 to charge my client? Why?
I get that. I totally get that. I know where you're going with that.
Well, yeah. So that looks more like a strategic. Yeah.
This is just what the law says.
Wait, you went from there's no limit to 7 years. How did we go from there is no limit to?
Because I'm reading the whole entire thing, and there, there's a distinction between sex crimes and exploitation. So I was trying to get clarification from you on what you wanted to classify this as.
I want to address something real quick because I can't remember who said it, Jack Off or whoever it was. Ed and myself, none of us set out. There was never an intention to be a figure of the community. It happened organically because we were doing a lot of shit that nobody ever heard about, nobody's ever going to know about. Most of it doesn't matter. And a lot of things happened, like back when Discord was fun. Now it's just a fuck off place. But we got to be known very organically. It was never a goal. Like when we joined up, it was just to help catch predators. No, we were not like, oh, hey, let's fucking get on YouTube or whatever. And then Locksmith did his thing, and all this shit just started getting pushed out into the public. A lot of it that shouldn't have been, and some things do need to be called out. And then other channels spawned off of that or whatever. But we used to I mean, none of us being a quote unquote figure of the community is not pleasant. I mean, it used to be fun, but the stuff that Ed and I used to work side by side on a lot of things, and we worked independently and then exchanged notes or whatever. And it was never about trying to be noticed. It was about getting shit done and getting rid of some of the bad apples. We've gotten rid of a lot of fucking people that you've never heard of. And if you've been around for 2 or 3 years, you know some of what I'm talking about. I don't need to rehash all that. That'd be a fucking 12-hour stream all by itself. But no, none of us, at least Ed and I, because I've known Ed for a long time. He's one of the first people I got close to in this community. It was never the goal to be a fucking... And back then, somebody else gave us the title of gatekeeper. I can't speak for Ed, but I never wanted that fucking title, and I sure as hell didn't give it to myself. And what it used to be was actually a good thing. But the terminology of gatekeeper now, you got all these wannabes in here that don't really know jack shit. And people trying to fancy themselves as whatever, fuck it. Anyway, it was never the goal to be a figure of anything, at least not in my mind.
Well, I mean, I think part of this, a lot of this is thou shalt not judge lest thee be judged, or I'm not sure what the particular, maybe a more religious man can come up and, but don't judge unless you're prepared to be judged. And I think a lot of this in this community, this churn and dragging Edward in this case is based upon this idea that he somehow, spent a lot of time analyzing and, doing things to Tommy and or his supporters that were unjustified or unwarranted, right? And so as a community with the different sects and the different, different clans, I guess, people feel that if those attacks on Tommy were unjustified or unwarranted, then I guess unjustified and unwarranted attacks are fair game for everyone. I'm of the opinion that I think catchers should be held to a high standard, not a low standard. And I think that, their behavior matters. They're an example for kids. Kids watch their channels. We all, base a lot of what we do on what they do. And then everybody wants to hear what Alex has to say about this issue, as that would hold great weight, because he's a respected catcher for, whether you like him or not. He's a great. I like Alex a lot. He's entertaining. He mixes everything together with catches in both entertaining, serious, and I like Ray. I think Ray does an excellent job too. Working with Ray was exhausting. He's a very intense person, and demanding, but I think the results that we had showed the kind of job that he can do as a catcher. And I would work with Ray again in a second. I will admit that we did. I said before in the Cam illegally released call that that me and Ray were going to come blow to blows, or we were going. And he's a big guy. He goes to the gym 7 to 8 days a week. So I mean, I'm not saying that I wouldn't get my get some slaps in, but get some snipes.
Did you see Ray naked?
There was NDA, Bill. NDA.
Right. Yeah. I forgot we had to sign those.
I will say that people saw me and JT sneaking out with the first night that he came in, so that rumor is moving around. So,
what did you and JT do?
I forgot my computer at my house, and it was about 3 a.m. and I had my computer and some other stuff that I needed for the thing, and was missing a radio. So it was late, and me and JT went out, and it took, my house was about an hour from where we were staying. So it took, a reasonable amount of time, given that, we got back about 5 a.m. or 5:30, but, the rumors started of all kinds of different things. So, but it was legitimate, completely above board. I went to get my computer that I'd left at my home. So that's it. Case
likely story.
Closed.
Likely story, Sam.
Case closed. But everything.
That's all cap.
And we were, I think one of the formulas for success with a collab is you had before all these catchers getting together, and then some of them would start going to do their own catches, and they had their own channels. It was very clear that Ray was going to take the lead on all of the questioning and interrogating and controlling the setting, and we were there to support that. And we were there to support that. And I was proud to stamp my name with his. I know I was proud to stamp my name with everybody there because of the amount of work that went in behind the scenes to make sure that everybody came across very, very safe. And, that the registered sex offender, Josh, that was like, we had to go scout, and I was taking pictures at the Wawa so that the decoys could use the landscape, and then they had to do this. Then we had to get the decoy who wasn't, the person doing the technical stuff, and then they had to do the lighting for that, and then the predator wanted to change to go to the mobile gas station, and so we had to get photograph. We had to prepare, and we actually did. We had taken photographs at the mobile gas station and then outside the casino. So I had went and sent pictures from my phone that I had taken from the gas station at the mobile gas station, the casino area, front entrance, and all kinds, and then the Wawa. Well, sure enough, we had that photo ready to go from Wawa. And then the pred said, no, way too crowded. Go to the mobile gas station. And then we had that hiccup where I radioed in, and Ray was quick thinking on his feet. And it's just like, feeling safe. It's like, not like you want to feel that the situation is under control, right? In any type of situation like that, You want to feel like it's under control. You don't want any people coming from outside starting to, brawl, hurling stuff. It's just not a good look for the entire community. You want to get the confrontation to get and confront and question someone who we all believe to be a very bad person. And when you start when they become fearful of their setting, you run into problems when the predator does. So Ray mixed putting the predator at fear, in fear, but at the same time making him comfortable enough to sit and talk. So Ray physically is an intimidating guy. He's pretty big, not as tall as I thought he would be, but he's big. And but at the same time, he was, physically he can look someone in the eye. And he was telling me, all these things before, and it was like I didn't believe him, but just his intensity puts people like on notice. And then you mix that with his comfortable that he still made people feel comfortable enough to stick around and talk to him. So I think that was cool to get him to get to see Ray work sort of in his glory almost. And he damn well enjoys. This is why, what's his retirement? I mean, the guy fucking loves doing it, loves it. It was exhausting for me. It was exhausting for him, but he was fucking every minute he was go, go, go to try to catch as many as with the support. Because he hasn't had a support network before other than his occasional catches with Cam. And this was really the first time he had a large support network around him. And you give that man a small support network and he's fucking amazing. So go ahead, Toe. Sorry.
By the way, JT Kopak is saying that you're lying.
That we went to get my computer or that we went out at night? What am I lying about?
That what y'all was doing out at night, I believe.
Well, JT, you did sign that form I had you sign before you got that Caraba meal. So
I heard about JT's fascination with Carabas.
Yes, it was like I like Carabas. It's reliable Italian food. It's a corporate chain. I've never had a bad meal there, and it was close to where we were at. And it was like we had okay, the president's not showing up until this. We have to go where? And so it's like finding a restaurant to get to before the guy shows up or whatever. So they were sick of Carabas after the end of it for sure. So
why did we drive an hour to a dumpster?
And why was there a chainsaw?
And to Lala, not knowing what a Wawa was. Let's just put it like this: they have damn good subs. They really do.
Wawa's like a 7-Eleven, right? We don't have Wawas around here.
It's a very clean, well lit, always open 24/7, mainly in suburban communities. And I don't know where they're restricted to. Toe, do you know where? Do you have
East Coast?
Wawas?
East Coast.
East Coast area. So, yeah, I mean they're just. I mean, you go into any Wawa and it's almost like could be 10 years old, it could be a day old, and it looks like the
exact same.
Yeah, it looks just they're well run, they have good management, et cetera, et cetera. So
if you know what Sheets is, it's basically Sheets.
It's a higher, it's a newer sort of little bit cleaner than maybe Sheets.
Hey, fuck you.
No, I've been to some clean Sheets and I've been to some dirty ass Sheets. So,
well, I wonder why you had some dirty Sheets.
Because
I mean, you and JT were alone.
Because I stayed 4 nights with JT in the same house I had.
No, it's Sheets as in SHEETZ, not S. There's a Z on the end.
But best decision was to bring JT. Added so much color to the trip, sort of color commentary and he got into questioning. He got into the, he's just a lot of fun. People call him all sorts of names. And I mean, the man made me laugh nonstop. And, I hope we get to do this again because he is so much fun to be around and to spend some time with. And for everyone accusing me of buying friends, that friend that I bought was a damn good purchase. So just a lot of fun to be around. So anyway, I really enjoyed working with and alongside JT. He shared with us some of his personal story and life story and why this community means something to him, and why it's had an impact on him, and the things and the people that have hurt him in his life. What's that done for him? And so that was super cool, and I'm glad that we got him. And thank you to the people that suggested that I bring JT, because it was a great it was a great time. So
Okay, I'm gonna switch gears here. I'm gonna go back to what we were talking about just before. Uh, Someone wants to know, uh, not know, but wants to make a statement. The more you know says Ed is a hypocrite and acting like he don't know what the case was about. I suspect he had deleted what was on his devices. When the cops took the devices, they backed up what was deleted. Ed is saying, I don't know if CP was found or not. I don't know if the cops were able to pull up all the shit he deleted last second. Now, here's the thing, is even if it was deleted, it would still be on the device. So,
Yeah, they can get that shit back. But
yeah,
look, Ed has not been charged with
no, he
anything
hasn't.
remotely related to any of that. So
No,
you
the
all are
only
going to
thing.
look stupid.
Okay, so I did do a quick Google search, and the only thing that I found was the drug charge for under a gram. That's the only thing that I found on him. Just doing a quick Google search, just out of curiosity. The one thing that I was curious about, though, is it says here, type warrant. It says warrant other. So was there a warrant for the meth or not? That's the only question I have.
I'll if Ed wants to speak on it, Ed can speak whatever he wants to. But from my perspective, Ed is a friend. He is someone that has done a lot for this community, most of it behind the scenes, and I think that he's been there for a lot of people in this community. He's been there. And now to be stabbed in the back by people that want to rush to a judgment on a case that hasn't even been initiated. Case hasn't even been initiated. And a lot of people are going to look stupid. And a lot of people have said things that will make them look very stupid. Just because Tommy wants to use this as a tool to weaponize, to gotcha, to deflect from all of his crimes and misdeeds.
Right.
To try
It does not change anything Tommy has done. It doesn't change any of that.
No,
and sniveling weasels like Cap trying to get views off of this shit because I always thought he was a piece of shit anyway. But it shows people's true colors.
So yeah, I did too. We don't have to go in. I think it's evident. I don't need to say anything negative about Cap. He can do that and show himself to be who he is as a person. But he is no friend to anyone. So if you think you're Cap's friend, you'll be wrong. But that being said, I do want to get this last thing in here that Ryan. When this case concludes, and I guess when it's demonstrated to be closed, that concludes it. Ryan can hold on to the fact, well, it can still be reopened. It can still be reopened, which is going to be, that's what Ryan is going. He's already trying to sort of move in that direction, that even a closed case can be reopened. With new evidence, anything can be reopened, correct? But it closes the search warrant. It closes anything that was found, that nothing was evidence of a crime at the time. If new evidence is presented, certainly a case can be reopened. But it closes everything from that point backwards, because the investigators had all that they needed. And if they close the case with no charges brought related to CP, that closes it. It's over. It's done with. And so Ryan can continue his wormy bullshit and say, well, it can still be reopened, and, his bullshit. But, and I'm sorry, Lala, I denigrate. But, he puts himself out there to act as this high and mighty person who does no research on his own. And he uses documents that are already in the public sphere.
I know he acts like he makes these great discoveries that have already been gone over multiple times, and like in the past, he's been proven wrong about so much shit, and like will never admit that he's wrong, and he'll.
But he has a right to question, but I have the right to question.
Oh, absolutely.
His questions. Like, people want to attack me for attacking Ryan when he's attacking Edward for something that isn't even, that I think is a closed matter. And I'm going to, again, qualify my words. I think it's a closed matter. I'll let people do their own homework, because obviously it's very clear that people didn't do their own homework. The only thing that people have, what's so funny to me, it's so laughable. The only thing that people have at this time is 2 documents. And you don't know how many documents were released.
Mm-hmm.
There could have been 30 documents released. There could have been 100 documents. There could have been a closure of the case. The only documents that were released, and this is where you look at the Overton window and you look at who's releasing what and what intent do they have. That matters a lot. Sometimes that matters even more than what you're looking at. And it's like the drive-by media. This is why the media has so much influence. What I believe to be cherry-picked documents were released. Folks that released them and the people that did a video had a reason. They had a hatred. They had a dislike for Edward. And the timing, it was impeccably timed. People can say, oh, nobody knew about your trip and everything. I'm sorry. It seemed like a lot of people knew about my trip when everybody loved to see me get dragged by Cam releasing my audio. That was like Cam's best rated live streams. And so when you say, well, nobody cared about your trip, why did people give a fuck about me being recorded illegally? To try to create, chaos in something and to make me look very bad. And, I've apologized for that. And I think that this trip and these catches, so what we're going to do, showed that I owed a lot of people an apology. They got one, and it was a pleasure working with the people that finally trusted me to put together safe and complete catches. So, the final thing is that we do, the decoys are working, and we're working on the Weld County way, which is once we have all of the evidence and we have all of the videos and we have all the chat logs ready to go, that will be submitted to each of the jurisdictions in which the predator was caught. And these cases will move forward if law enforcement believes there's sufficient evidence to move forward with the prosecution. And so we didn't have any desire to comply with YouTube's monetization. No folks in this group had any monetary gain whatsoever to comply with YouTube, or were making money off YouTube. So calling the police was sort of a potential negative distraction that we didn't want to get into debates with Florida law enforcement. We already educated ourselves that for the most part they would not arrest on site. We did our homework. We called the jurisdictions to see if that was, we heard about that, but we made sure that that was indeed the unlikely that an arrest on site would happen with Florida law enforcement agencies, and that the best way to get a case moving would be to submit evidence after the fact. If that means that we didn't necessarily comply with YouTube's terms of service, that was not necessarily a primary goal. So, but sorry to whoever struck Ray's channel the first night. But we quickly recalibrated. And thank you to those that promoted his channel and mine. Now I have 150 subs. And by the way,
oh, you're welcome.
I just got a notice from YouTube. Get ready. I just got a notice from YouTube that I am allowed to live stream. So,
oh God.
You may see me out on the town with JT Colfax at 3 a.m. live streaming.
I do have a question for you, Sam. And actually, I got a question for somebody in the chat too. Mr. Magoo, you said earlier that there was camera footage. What camera footage are you talking about? And to Sam, does that mean that we're gonna get like Ray streams from you?
Say that again.
Are we going to get Ray streams like what he does?
Oh no, I had a great time streaming on my Instagram. I'm probably going to stick to Instagram. I realize that I respect the fact that people subscribe to my channel because it was like a backup channel in case we needed it. So I'm unlikely going to use that. I'd like more organic. For those that want to hear my voice, and I'm going to probably stick to Instagram lives. I don't know if you got to see them, Toe, but I did a few Instagram lives, and I'll probably do a few here and there in the coming weeks and stuff. For those that want to hear from me, but okay, I don't want to. I don't want to take advantage. I don't want to take
drop
advantage.
Your link, dude.
Huh?
Drop your Instagram link if you can, or somebody can. That's something else that I was going to talk about. Is I'm doing more lives on Instagram because sometimes I prefer to only talk to a handful of people. And I have been and will continue to talk about things on there regarding some of the stuff that I don't want to say on YouTube. Because on Instagram, you can see who's watching and if anybody's recording or whatever. And there are things that I'm going to say that I don't necessarily need to wind up on somebody else's channel.
Bill,
so
I put the link in the private chat if you want to put it. I'm not modded on your channel, so I can't.
I can do it for you.
You're not? Oh shit, dude! Dude, you've been paying me $1,000 a week. I mean, you and I haven't modded you.
Apparently, money can't buy your friendship or nor a mod on your channel. So,
well, you're right though. I can't be bought.
But my Instagram is in the private chat if you'd like to copy it for the group.
I already sent it out. Okay. I do have a question. People are saying that they have body cam footage of the raid. Where is this body cam footage and why hasn't it been released along with everything else? Because only select documents have been released. So why if you have it, why haven't y'all released it?
The other thing is I want to for Telly, I'm not making any statements about who or what. I don't. It's evident that there was a group of people behind the scenes that worked for this document, sort of deep throat documents. I'm calling them Deep Throat 2.0. I don't know if it was Cam. I'm not saying it was Cam or if Cam had anything to do with it. But there was an effort prior to whenever this was going on. There was more than one person involved in researching and accumulating, and then in a cherry-picked fashion releasing. And again, whether Predcatcher Drama was involved with the grand conspiracy that I'm looking into or not, I can't say for sure. But it's evident that there was other documents and other information that was out there, and it's evident that more than one person was involved. So, but it's all public. What's great about it? It's all public record, so we can figure that out. That's not hard.
My thing is, how does at least two people in the chat, Willard Shax and Mr. Magoo, how do they know about the cam footage but haven't seen it yet?
Well, maybe they were part of the conspiracy. Mr. Magoo strikes me as a conspiratist extraordinaire. So I wouldn't put it past.
They're on alt accounts, man. If you come in here on an alt account, not an irregular one, you're pretty invalid.
I'm just asking the question because, I mean, it seems like they are the ones that, have the inside information. How do they know that there was footage if they were not part of it? You know what I mean? That's just a thought I had, quickly in my head once they said something about it.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what the conspirators. Well, no, I mean, if they want to go out and find these documents, and Tommy's going to raise $10,000, I actually think it's going to cost about $25,000 for him to take his RV to Texas. So really, if you want to protect the kids and you care about catching, Tommy's going to need $25,000 to take an RV from Colorado to Texas to harass someone that doesn't like him and try to make him like him, I guess. I don't know. But it's really going to be something trip for the ages to protect kids. And, if you support catchers and catching, send him some money for that RV trip, because there's nothing better for a catcher than to get money to go harass a troll online rather than focusing on the mission. So trip's going to cost probably about $25,000 potentially. So
why would it cost $25,000?
Is that with or without the cocaine budget? Because I got to start planning this now.
No, that's the cam gas prices. That's cam gas prices, no cocaine.
Shit! All right, man.
So that's like $100 a gallon gas. So.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I
get
it.
I wanted to end on, if folks are using the fact that the OAG document states that there's an active investigation as of April 11th into Edward for CP, you're wrong. That's false. That's not what the document says. So for Detective Ryan, go back to Deep Throat 2.0, look actually what the documents were produced, and you'll find something, or you might find something different than using that statement. So Ryan, with 100% certainty, said that Edward is under active investigation for CP. Tommy has admitted to being under active investigation as a suspect for CP. We don't know if that has ended with Tommy. So let's have Magoo. Let's see if Magoo can find those records for us too, because he could be Deep Throat. He's got Deep Throat written all over him. So you all have a good night. All right.
Later.
Yeah.
And with that, I think I'm going to go too. I got to go and make dinner because I'm hungry, and I'm going to have taco salad tonight. And yeah, it sounds good.
Right on, man. Sounds like a plan.
So y'all take care. Y'all have a good time. I'll be in chat probably, but I'm going to go cook. Later, y'all.
Well, unless somebody else wants to come up and bullshit, I'll probably end this pretty soon. Oh, shit. Dang it. I lost the link. Ever since my phone updated, everything's been a big old pain in the ass. Oh, the anonymous text message. Hebrew said those exact words, and it wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't Hebrew trying to pull some bullshit. Yeah, Hebrew's a piece of shit, so fuck him. All right, Marissa, thank you for the information. If it's true. Oh, Dominique, some stories are meant to just be buried in a isolated, forgotten dumpster. And something I've said this a million times, but I'm going to say it again. There are there is the herd mentality on fuck. I hate saying both sides, but there is the herd mentality on both sides. People should absolutely ask questions, but just because you're asking a question doesn't mean anybody has to answer you. You know. Yeah, I mean, exercising freedom. I understand what you're saying. I don't block. I get asked a lot of uncomfortable questions, and but this is my channel. You know what I mean? Other people can run their channels how they want. I mean, none of us owes anybody a goddamn thing. Cam is doing a live catch. Do we have the channel? I should. We can throw his channel out there. Catches are more important than this bullshit anyway. All right. Last chance to hit me in the comment section or come up here. I'll try to answer your questions the best that I can or tell you to fuck off. Lala, you treat those sea monkeys well. And when they're strong enough, set them free. As far as Sam's money goes, it's his money. He can do whatever the hell he wants to with it. If he wants to put it in a pile and burn it, like the Joker did in The Dark Knight, that's his business. I think some people are jealous or pissed off that he is giving a lot of money to everybody but Tommy. Okay, I don't know. I haven't confirmed if Cam was live or not. Somebody was just saying that. I don't know. Oh, he's replaying a catch. All right, fuck that then. I have not heard an update on Moose's pred. Does anybody know factually what happened to the? I guess, and I didn't see it myself, but we were talking about it earlier in the chat. I guess Musa had a pred jump in the river and like disappeared, but that's all I know. I don't know if the guy made it out. I don't know if he froze to death. I do not know. Okay, it's a Premier. Cool. Oh, come on, Lala. Sea monkeys are tiny little people. We can't throw a baseball. I'm sorry, unless you got a baseball small enough for us. He's been replaying old catches. Yeah. This is home. They have boats. Oh shit. They got boats looking for him. If he's with the temperatures being what they are, if you get wet in this kind of temperature, you go into hypothermia pretty damn fast. So if the guy didn't get out of the water pretty quick and into some dry clothes, he's fucked. Even if he didn't drown on the spot. So yeah, if they got boats out looking for him, he's done. Unless he snuck out somehow. But I don't know. Well, hopefully they have dogs out there. If they have search dogs, those I've worked with them and I've had bloodhounds, and those things can sniff out unbelievable stuff. Why did I make it so subscribers only can comment? That's because if somebody gets banned for doxing or whatever, if they make a new account, they still gotta wait 5 fucking minutes, and that slows them down. That's why. Hey, what's going on, Ray?
What's up, fellatio?
Thinking about a little fellatio right now.
So that's Musa. That's the second person that's gone. Didn't one guy jump in the ocean?
Well, I know the Ohio group. I forget.
No, I'm pretty sure
They don't
somebody
do
in the
catches
chat.
anymore, but
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure Musa caught a dude at the beach and he jumped in the ocean. I think it was Musa.
oh, I must have missed that one because I don't remember. But I remember the Ohio group was chasing I believe a trans. I don't know if it was a guy or girl, and that individual jumped in a ditch or a river or some shit, and they went in after him. So you had a pred and a catcher in the water.
Well, Telly
That
says
was a
I'm right.
couple of years ago.
And then Rami had a guy in the Hudson. Yeah, when the handbook comes up, we're not going to be allowed to catch preds within 500 yards of any navigable waterways. That's if CCP Sam has his way and gets a handbook out there, that's going to be in the logistical section, Bill.
Right.
The guy just did you see the clip of when he jumped in? He's like fully clothed and he did a swan dive into like 2.5 feet of shallow water.
No, I've not seen it. They were telling me about it earlier, but I'm telling you, man, I've been doing the survival thing for a long time. I've done all that cold water training shit. The temperatures being what they are, even if it's a warm day, because we're just coming out of winter, that water will set you into hypothermia very quickly if you don't get out of it and get into some warm, dry clothes. So I'm not so much worried that the guy drowned exactly, but if he went into hypothermic shock, and then he could have fallen in and drowned. But because I mean, you can drown in 6 inches of water if you fall into water and you're face down, and
I
you
feel like
can't,
we're making
and you're
that argument.
unconscious.
I feel like we're making that argument. It's like guy jumped off a 96-story building, and they're like, it's not the fall that killed him. It was the abrupt stop.
Right.
Regardless of how he asphyxiated in the agua. I saw it too. Like Musa wasn't running after him. He wasn't being super aggressive. The guy was he was just walking away and he turned left and fully clothed, did a swan dive into didn't even look like a real river. It looked like a creek or like An estuary? Is that a word?
Yeah, that's a word.
Oh. Yeah, he didn't go. Lala's right. He didn't go out deep. He just walked and then decided to like belly flop / swan dive, like shallow entry, and I don't know.
Well,
That
even if he got out and into the woods, if he doesn't get out of the wet clothes and get someplace warm very quickly, I mean, he can freeze to death while you're walking.
Well, let's play the tape back here. If he wasn't there to meet a child for nefarious activities, I don't think that he would have made an impromptu swim, Bill.
Right. Well, that's the thing. If he is indeed a pred, I don't give a fuck if something bad happened to him. I know we're not supposed to say that, but I don't care. If he's a real pred, I don't give a fuck if he froze to death, to be quite honest. Now, the fallout from that, because YouTube will use that as another way to try to ban everybody's channels. That part's not cool, but it's real hard for me to feel sorry for a pred.
Vladimir says an estuary is, I guess that would make it brackish water, Vlad, where salinated and freshwater meet. Frickin' Vlad.
Yes, I believe that's what an estuary is. Is that what it was though? I mean, I know he's out there on the
No,
East
I
Coast,
was
but
I was being silly, just throwing out random words, and Vlad actually is like, nope, what an estuary is. He shot me down. What's the topic of today's live, man? I went over and spent some time with Jeff. He deserved it. He was being a very good boy today. And OTR got a
fuck
catch.
Jeff.
Well, there we have it.
OTR got a catch?
OTR had a catch. Yeah, caught a very autistic guy. I thought the kid was nonverbal, but he wound up talking halfway through the catch. And OTR had a conversation with the predator's father, from what I gather. It was his father, and OTR did a great job of, not really overhyping or stimulating the situation. He was able to. It wasn't like the most entertaining catch, but he handled it in exactly the perfect way that it needed to be.
Right on. That's all you can ask for, really.
Yeah, that's when he said, he's like, it wasn't a good. I'm like, there's no such thing as a good catch or a bad catch. There are entertaining catches, that's for sure, but there's no such thing as a good. Or anytime you meet someone trying to touch a kid, anytime you make the confrontation, it's a good catch.
Right. It's terrible that what it's terrible that what catchers do is even a thing. The fact that there are so many of them and they never run out of predators is terrifying.
Mr. Magoo says Tommy is the topic. Is that real?
No, not really. I mean, of course he came up, but that's not really the topic.
Oh,
In the beginning there was no real topic. I was just fucking around talking to my people, and then Sam came up and all hell broke loose, as it always does when Sam comes up. But we were talking about Ryan being a dumbass and Cap being the slimy little weasel, and just talking about pretty much like I missed
Cam or Cap.
Cap, CAP with a P.
I'm trying to let the animosity. I'm trying to let it go. Fucking Elsa from Frozen, just let it go, let it. No, that's John Lennon. I don't know how Let It
Right
Go
on.
goes, but however that song goes,
I don't know that song either, but I understand you. I get you. Yeah, whatever the topic right now is, whatever you choose it to be, because I wasn't really on anything when you hopped up, other than trying to answer people's questions in the chat.
What is the topic that I would like to talk about? I would like to talk about doom 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 doom.
Vaseline is a lubricant, yes or no? I say no, but a lot of people try it.
I think it's flammable, so I'm going to say no.
Oh yeah, dude, you get too much speed going on, and you could actually start a fire. It could happen. I don't know. The shit's just too thick unless you mix a bunch of water with it. Not that I would know.
What's a cest, LB? I don't know. What is it? What is a CEST?
I'm assuming it's probably a misspelling, but I don't know.
Can I apologize for something? Not today. You want to know about the vest? It's a weighted vest that I work out in. How high will Ray jump for CCP Sam dollars? I paid my own way down there, and I took no compensation. Willard Shacks. I told him to give the money to the decoys. So, also, I'm not very aerodynamic. I don't think my vertical leap is worth referencing, but I'm going to assume that you're trolling. So that's about. I'll give you that much, pal. There you go.
Well, when I played baseball when I was younger, I would practice throwing with the weights that wrap around your wrist or whatever, and you do that for a while, and then you take them off. Man, you feel like Superman with that baseball.
Crisco is better than Vaseline, and Vaseline is better than motor oil, says Vlad.
Well, yeah, it's true. I mean,
are we doing 5W30
I've heard.
or
I've heard.
10W30?
Well, for anal, I would use the heavier 10W30, but for vaginal, I would go with the lightweight stuff.
Ray, does it ever get hard carrying that chip on your shoulder?
See, you and me have different philosophies. You are one who is willing to apologize, whereas I just tell everybody to fuck off. I'm not saying either one's right or wrong, but just different.
I don't know. I don't really block people. So it's like whenever they use the alt accounts. If it was Lart Busters and fucking Haystack, I'd respond. But these are throwaway accounts. So
Yeah, I think Lartbusters and Haystack have both been banned from here. I'm pretty sure they have. That's the thing. These throwaway accounts, or whatever their opinions are invalid as far as I'm concerned. Because they don't have the nuts to come up on their regular accounts.
golf was awesome, Telly. We had a great time. We had a great time doing golf. That's for damn sure. It was the lighted golf course. So, at nighttime, right about 7:30, 8 o'clock when it gets dark out, the lights come on, and that's where we find. Yeah, it was a great night of golf. Drank a couple IPAs. Went to see a buddy play. He's a singer songwriter, so we went to go see him strum out on guitar. He played Stevie Ray Vaughan's "Life by the Drop" for me, which is like one of my favorite songs. And
Oh, awesome! I love Stevie Ray Vaughan.
and then we had crab cake sliders and a Cuban sandwich and churros. That was my Friday evening. And then last night, I pissed off the head gatekeepers when I made. Did you see I made a refuge stream last night, Bill?
No, I've from the last YouTube I watched was Friday evening. I saw nothing over the weekend.
Oh, yeah, they were. There was just I saw like 6 people, 8 people. They were just yelling, screaming, going bananas, and there were like 250 people in the chat. So I was like, "Fuck it." Refuge and chill stream over at Casa de Ray Ray, and I was like, anybody wants to just not be part of that, like we can have a little powwow over here. And I guess Locksmith got a little bit bent out of shape of it. I'm like, dude, I'm not cucking your content. Just not everybody wants to see that.
I heard that the weekend was a shit show, but I didn't see any of it myself. But I heard about things that just didn't set right with me. I didn't know that you had a an alternate for people. Sometimes people, I mean, here's the thing. Everybody says, "Oh, I hate the drama," but when you put something in your title or just have a total shit show going, I mean, when that happens, people know ahead of time it's going to draw a lot of viewers, and sometimes they don't give a fuck who gets hurt in the process. They just want those fucking views. It's real easy to do. I've done it. You've done it. And when you see that number go across 200, it feels cool. But the thing is you got to think about why. And then everybody says, "Oh, I hate the drama," but that's where fucking the viewer count lights up. You know what I mean? But there are people that do legitimately want an alternate to that. And it kind of shows right there as to. I would bet that you probably, and I'm not trying to throw shade, I would bet that you probably didn't have too many people there as compared to what Locksmith had
No,
on his.
I had
And,
20,
and
I had
that's just proving that's
20
just
to
proving my point.
35, 20 to 35 people, and we just chilled. And we just had like a little chill stream. Nunya and James came up, and then I sent everybody over to their channel, and I didn't even like seeing the guy that nobody over here likes. I don't even like to see him partake in. It's sad, man. It's sad all around.
It really is.
Yeah, and nobody wins from that. There's no such thing as the fucking court of YouTube. But whatever. People are going to do whatever they want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's
Cap's panels voted the best ever. That's not what I heard. I heard that he proved himself to be a snuggling weasel. That's the thing is like I really like Nunya's channel, and I really don't understand why they don't have more people watching. You know what I mean?
because we're in season 34 of like an interactive reality TV show where they like to watch people become unhinged and detached from reality. And anyone that tries to offer something, and that's cool, man. Like the community's probably 1 million people big, and there's like 2,000 people that really engage in the panel shit, and maybe 400 of those 2,000 are negative trolls. So yeah, if there's 400 million
Right.
people, it's a little less. It's like 380 million in the U.S., but that means there's 1 in a million people in the U.S. are a troll in our community. So,
Ray, I'm just getting some intel from an anonymous source that says they saw your butt cheeks before Nunya cut your camera.
no, you saw my Wazoo fan. I guess I passed out on panel, and the camera was off for like 2 or 3 hours, and I must have rolled over and touched the screen, and the camera went on, and you could see my fan through. So this morning when I'm live, somebody made reference to the fact that I exposed myself on camera. So I ran back to the stream, and I was like, "Oh shit, that's
Not again."
no." And then PatCon said, "Yeah, Ray showed us his 6-inch fence." No, it was, but yes, I need to be careful and don't panel when you're like, don't drive when you're tired. Don't panel either.
Yeah, it's and I'm guilty of it too. But it's probably best that we don't drink on panels. You and me both. Yeah, no, Lala, that does put me off too, and I have clicked off when I've seen Hebrew in there.
That's actually not true, Lala. Anymore. It was true, but that is not true anymore.
Oh, she took him away as mod. All right, cool.
I think she actually. I think it's worse than that.
Oh, well, good. I don't like that motherfucker. After shit that he's done to people, he can get fucked.
Well, she didn't know. You can't get mad at her for that. She's like,
No, I'm not. I'm not at all, because she just didn't know, you know.
But yes, I'm pretty sure that he's no longer welcome in that space.
Good. All right, cool.
At least under his main account, we all know what he does. So,
Yeah. All right, good.
650 for an Alex Cat. I hate that I can't chat on Rumble. It sucks, but whatever. Fucking YouTuber.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Alex is the only one I follow on Rumble, and I don't even watch it because like um you don't get notifications and you can't chat and whatever. Yeah.
I thought I was going to have one last night, but he wound up ghosted me. So I had a couple of cocktails, which led to me passing out on Nunya's panel. But none of these guys here want to, which is a good thing, right? That's a good thing. I shouldn't be upset. I should be happy. But none of them want to meet.
Yeah, that's the thing is, like, do you know where they're at? Could you go knock on their door?
No, no, no.
Which
I'm
I
saying
mean,
like
I actually.
I'm just saying none of them even wanted to, like, none of them got sexual. None of I mean, dude,
Oh, I got you. I got
I
you.
must have had 40 conversations, and then as soon as I age dropped, like I don't even feel like they were like grooming at that point. They were like, "Yeah, dude, X-nay on the dirty talk, but you know, I think one guy said, "Hey, man, you shouldn't be here, but if you are, don't believe anyone if they say that they're clean. Put your health first. Find a mentor. It's not me." One guy said, "It's not me because I'm a perv on Grinder." Like literally, he said, "Go find someone at school that you trust." And I met like some of the, like I said, I'm happy that we had good guys, but I felt like I just wasted a couple hours decoying.
Well, I mean, that's just part of the game, man. You don't. I mean, ahead of time, you didn't know how it was going to turn out. It could have turned into something. It's just part of the game.
Yes, that is. That's what I meant by. They were good guys last night on the app, and I don't have it in me every night to live on that app, and
Oh yeah.
I just opened it back up though. Let's see if and I'm not gonna like decoy live. Let's see if anybody hit me up, Bill. Let's see who hit up little Ray Ray.
Well, don't get them mixed up, but I hit you up on your personal account.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. I'm do.
Okay,
Some of
troll
these guys get.
lawyer, I will call your secretary tomorrow.
You won't tell anyone. Now I know why women aren't very responsive on dating apps, Bill. Men are fucking gross.
Oh yeah, dude. I have never once used a dating app. I have resorted to picking up women out of my YouTube chat, and it seems to be working quite well.
So one guy, I'm a sophomore in high school and I don't drive yet. And he's like, "So what are you, 18 or 19?" And I'm like, Jesus. Like that's what he's trying to do is he's trying to just get the kid to say yes.
Right.
That's when I get annoyed is when the guys are like super
Yeah, I don't. Sometimes I mean, I still decoy a little bit off and on. I'm not at this minute, but um, yeah, I don't miss those ones that like every 2 minutes they hit you up and they're like, "Where you at? Who you with? What do you do?" And if you don't answer them back right away, they're like, "Oh, you don't love me anymore. You must have a boyfriend," and all this other shit. That annoyed the shit out of me.
see you, Vlad.
All right, yeah, everybody, go watch Alex's catch. It's
Yeah,
more important than what we're doing here.
I'm gonna tune that on in the background, but I just pulled up to the front door. My wife was on vacay and I'm gonna go make her something delicious to eat and try to get some sleep because I got work early in the AM.
Right
See you,
on,
brother.
man. Well, Take it easy and
Ray,
stay naked.
hey, before I leave, maybe he'll pay you $5 to kick me.
Oh, I don't do that, man. I don't take money to kick people.
Oh.
If dude, if I did, I could make a living just on Sam alone.
Oh God, yeah, but the only one who has any money to kick Sam would be he would just pay to let himself back up.
Well, that's the thing. Sam's already prepaid me to never kick him and go live whenever he wants me to.
Oh God. So I am a Dom Tops daddy. Just says, are you a submissive feminine boy? Eesh. Oof. Yuck. All right, I'm gonna try
And
that.
the answer is yes in real life and as a decoy.
Oh man, this is no one even like says hi or how you doing. It's just very aggressive in the gay culture. Very aggressive.
Mm. Not gonna lie, Ray, but if you and I were trapped on a desert island after about 6 months, I'd probably fuck you.
We were trapped on an island together for 6 months. I'd probably do what Moose's Pred did in about 12 hours. So unless you want to
Yeah.
go salvage the corpse out of the bottom of the fucking Nile, you're gonna have to go find a volleyball named Wilson or a coconut named Steve. I'm out, y'all. Have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful day.
All right, man. Take it easy.
See ya.
They always leave. They all leave. Sometimes late at night, I find myself sitting in diners all alone and just screaming, "Why did they come to me to die, God? Why?" And I'm usually asked to leave shortly afterwards. Jeff is heated. Ray just left his pedal and it was trashed. Oh, fuck Jeff. Saw somebody say something about an 8-ball earlier. Yeah, that'll do just fine. We'll be good. All right, Troll Lawyer, you take the day off. We all need to recuperate every now and then. That being said, if anybody wasn't satisfied with any of the answers I gave, you can go fuck yourself. If I missed a comment or whatever, then I apologize. Or maybe you can just go fuck yourself. All right. On that note, 98% of you in here can go fuck yourself. The other 2%, you can call me and we can talk dirty. That being said, y'all stay naked.